expression. You only live once and you're not coming back, so express yourself, yeah. You know life is all about expression. You only live once and you're not coming back, 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 back. So express yourself. You only live once and you're not coming back, so express yourself, yeah. You know life is all about expression. You only live once and you're not coming back, 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 back. So express yourself.
That's why I fucked you, bitch, you fat motherfucker.
Finally in my spot, babe. It's early. When me find one, me say what a bam bam. Sex out the night and spell a galang. Caress me when you bubble, make me do the Armstrong. Come prove to me, say you know 1 minute, man.
All you need to know is I'll always be down for you, for you. Be down for you. Keep it quiet, keep it low. Nobody has to know what we do. All you need to know is I'll always be down for you, for you. You, be down for you, I'll for you, be down for you, I'll for you. Keep it quiet, keep it low. Nobody has to know what we do. All you need to know is I'll always be down for you, for you. Be down for you, I'll for you. Be down for you, I'll for you. Baby, can you kiss me? Boy, you need to touch me. That's the place to taste me. Boy, you know I'm waiting. Baby, can you kiss me? Boy, you need to touch me. That's the place to taste me. Boy, you know I'm waiting.
Bigger boy.
Throw me up against the wall, put me up against the wall. Move your body slow, up and down, baby, let's go. From the bedroom to the floor, listen to the radio. Kissing everybody, so sweet, I got a lollipop. Boy, it feels like ecstasy, how long it's a mystery. Baby, you know I'm history, pull it down and kiss me. In the dark, at the show, they rewind the video. Even in the drop, the 95 miles stop. Baby, can you kiss me? Oh, you need to touch me. That's the place to take me. Boy, you know I'm waiting. Baby, can you kiss me? Oh, you need to touch me. That's the place to take me. Boy, you know I'm waiting. Skip the bill, let's go straight. Come for dessert, don't be late. Hold my head, rub my neck, grab the hips just like that. Baby, give me more. Baby, give me play. Here's what I got in store. Now go to the game, swing. Oh, faster, faster it goes. Slower, slower it goes. My heart's racing, ugly faces. Pull me closer, I like it, baby. Baby, can you kiss me? Oh, you need to touch me. That's the place to take me. Boy, you know I'm waiting. Baby, can you kiss me? Oh, you need to touch me. That's the place to take me. So let's keep this love going. Baby, 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 baby. Oh, you deserve me. That's the place to take me. Boy, you know I'm ready. Baby, 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 baby. Oh, you deserve me. That's the place to take me. Boy, you know I'm ready.
To a war, you know no set. We are big player. I'm a flyer, we no stand out. Stand more, giving no flyer. Be river, come on next week. Pay them money discreetly. Neatly, popping them pills in the corner. Ganja, I wanna do, say they can't smoke marijuana. Popping them pills in the corner. Ganja, I wanna do, say they can't smoke marijuana. Listen, popping them pills in the corner. Ganja, I wanna do, say they can't smoke marijuana. Listen, popping them pills in the corner. Ganja, I wanna do, say they can't smoke marijuana.
What about us? What about love? And what about it? What about us? Oh, what about it? What about love? And what about it? What about all of the lies that you told? What about nights when your heart went cold? What about all of the dreams you sold? Now it's my love that's left on hold.
Hello race fans and welcome back to the final chapter, the final section of the 2025 Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia Kalgoorlie Desert Race. My name's Toby Cooper. Joining me for the final section is Russ Cullen. Russ, this is It's been a long season in the ORC, and of course, it all comes down to this.
Certainly does, and what an action-packed lap we have before us. Boston Morgan-horran and Travis Robertson about to duke it out. The top two in the chute at the moment. And if this doesn't get your heart racing, you don't have one. Check in with your local GP. Because this is going to be excitement plus.
There'll be no sitting down for the next hour or so. So where we stand, Boston Morgan-horran holds a slender 11.1 second lead over Travis Robinson in second spot there in the all-wheel drive Mason. And Russ, I know we've talked a lot over the last couple of hours. How's your take? We saw earlier that Boston sort of got the upper hand sort of through to Lake Percolilly, and then things changed as they headed back towards the finish.
He must be absolutely driving the pants off that two-wheel drive trophy truck. The turbo V6 Geyser trophy truck. Beautiful gold and black livery. He must be doing a stellar job in the early part of the lap, and in the latter part of the lap it seems like Travis is hitting back in that boggy terrain. So Trav doesn't need to pass him, but he just needs to be close enough to make the time count.
So then in third spot we have the second of our OBR trucks. No other than Bo Robinson, Shane Hart, four-time Kalgoorlie Desert Race champions. And Russ, I mean, they are a little bit off the outright speed. Well, in fact, they're roughly around 7 minutes. They're in fourth spot. Sorry, 8 minutes off the pace. Jared Percival still holds that third outright position. Troy Shewan in fifth. So Bo Robinson, though, I mean, if you told him at 10 o'clock yesterday morning that you'd be fourth outright heading into the final lap where he started in 22nd, I'm sure he'd would have took that.
He would have taken that every day of the week.
And like 12 months ago, we're coming down to the final lap, the final 121 kilometres of a 5-round ORC, and it is well and truly on, because we have Travis Robinson leading the way, Bo Robinson in second, and Jared Percival. So our three championship contenders are starting out at 2, 3 and 4 on the grid. So for those wondering why Jared Percival's behind Bo in this section, is because each ORC section goes off the previous section, so it goes on the outright order that they come in on overall time for that previous lap. So Jared Percival in that 2 element prodigy is currently third in this race, about sort of 53 seconds back to Bo Robinson, Shane Hart, Troy Shewan, Russ, Cullen, Aaron Havey and Joshua Jacob. The third of our pro cars is still sitting nicely in sixth, and sort of only a couple of minutes off that outright podium. Can you see sort of someone coming through the pack to try and make their way up to the podium as Jason Galea gives Boston Morgan-horran the starter's orders. For the final time in 2025, these competitors will leave the line. It is Boston Morgan-horran, who, I repeat, holds an 11.1 second. There is absolutely nothing in it between these two sensational talents in the Australian off-road scene. Travis Robinson looking for his second ORC crown in 3 years. But all eyes on the young Kiwi sensation, only 18 years of age, out of Auckland in New Zealand, Boston Morgan-horran. Can he finally get it done? He was so close on many occasions in 2025. And Russ, our first car is off and running.
And full send into quarter one. Turn one, brilliantly negotiated by Boston Morgan-horran.
So very, very interesting to see how hard he pushes these early stanzas, because as you know, Travis Robinson did make a few inroads there in that last sort of 30 to 40 Ks of that first lap this morning. So our current championship leader rolls up to the grid, Trav Robinson, Paul Curry for the final time. Of course.
Completely different package from Robinson for all-wheel drive. The latest spec Mason truck in the 813 car. Travis Robinson, Paul Curry chasing down the two-wheel drive Geyser. Somewhat sort of an older car now, the Geyser truck, the two-wheel drive out front in the hands of Boston. And interestingly enough, ladies and gentlemen, bit of cloud cover. The wind has dropped down a little bit. How's that going to augur for Travis Robinson, Paul Curry? They too throw it into turn one. Great shot there on screen of Travis Robinson as he negotiates the turn.
Seems a lot quicker off the start there. As you said, that all-wheel drive Mason. Fortunately, we lost Mr. Smoothie and Toddy Lehman in that previous section. So now moving to the starters' orders, a 4:13 by Robinson. Shane Hutt with a section 2 time of 1 hour 8 minutes 58. So should have a nice run here behind his brother Russ. I know they've been talking about it since they finished 1-2 at the Fink Desert race. Currently where they sit in the championship, currently where they want to finish. So it'll all be about consolidation. I know Bo would be happy just to let his brother do his thing and bring this one home for the team.
So the Revs pick up on the 413, OBR, Bug Busters, Mason Trophy Truck, two-wheel drive again, blows the back tyres off, gets up to a good start through turn one. Nice bit of footage on screen.
You got to remember also, Russ, that we mentioned Ben Graben was going for a 4-peat. Trav Robinson going for a 3-peat here at the KDR, of course, winning in 23 and 24. Jared Percival now rolls up to the grid, currently third outright in this event. Around sort of 6.5-ish minutes off for second place at Travis Robinson. So it is definitely a two-horse race at the moment between morgan-horran and Robinson for that KDR crown this weekend. But Jared Percival, I know you alluded to it earlier, Russ, we don't want to see it, but if something did happen to one of the ABR cars or both of those on this lap, Jared Percival then it leaves the door ajar for him to steal the crown. So keep an eye on the number 2, the Element Prodigy, looking to go one better than his second outright result here last year. I know you're super impressed with the season so far for Jared. And one more lap, and regardless of if he finishes second, third or first, he'll head back to Perth tomorrow, Russ, a happy man.
Yeah, Jared Percival really hitting his straps. Great shot there of Jared disappearing on his lap proper. Beautifully presented Percival Motorsports Element Prodigy. Nice on-car or in-car of Boston morgan-horran, that big black bonnet of the two-wheel drive Geyser. Checks up for that corner on screen. Cochrane's Family Racing.
Yes, Troy and Deb Schuen, Russ, out of P5 here after a great section 2. Currently 5th outright in the event proper. And our second pro buggy off the line. Had a great couple of laps, only 13 seconds between both. 2 hours 21 elapsed time, so he's about a minute off the pace of Bo Robinson. But geez, they're haven't done much racing this year, I believe, the Schuens. This might be their first outing, is it, for 2025?
Yeah, they haven't done much this year, but
just shows you he's still got the ability there for sure, Troy Schuen.
They've dusted off the 19 and doing very well. Aaron Habe in the Pinjarra Engineering Element Prodigy on the start line.
Yeah, so it is the Aaron Habe, Joshua Jacob, Brad Cooper. Russ, I'm sure he's around here somewhere smiling. He'd be happy to see his baby on the line here, the 7-litre Element. So Aaron Habe currently 6th outright in the standings, 3rd in the pro buggy. He turned it up. He was about a minute quicker there on section 2. He'll have to go a few minutes quicker if he wants to give the outright podium here a shout. Just quickly, if there's someone in the crowd that's lost a Spriggy card, like a debit card of some sort, a Visa, so it's up here at the commentary booth. So if anyone's lost a Spriggy, a Visa card, it's up here to collect. Jordan Bull, Russ, what a tremendous section 2 for these guys. 7th currently in the standings. They were 10th outright here 12 months ago. Darren Sanders in the Navigator's seat, the 3rd of the official OBR teams here today. And knock a couple off here, top 5 position. It would be a career highlight in the off-road world for Jordan Bull.
Career highlight if it finished right now. Top effort from Jordan and Darren Sanders.
This is, of course, the ex-Buddy Crow Jimco champion. Shout out to the Crow family. Might be watching on from Sydney.
And the big bad Jimco champion into turn one. Nice shot there from front row screens as they pan wide, and you get a nice shot of the Jimco with the orange roll cage disappearing into the tree line there and making good its lap proper.
Wouldn't it be great to see Keithy and Rance and Luke Candy just finish it off here? I think they were running 7th or 8th last year before that final lap drama. I think by memory they were nearly in sight before they had mechanical issues. But the 51, beautifully turned out car, Russ, our defending WA champions, outright. Currently 8th outright here this weekend, 50 in the pro buggies with 1 lap remaining. You've been impressed by Keith Rance again, Russ, this weekend?
Yeah, just keeps working on the car. Self-maintained car. Keithy Rance and Luke Candy looking after that slingshot buggy, and he's done a fantastic job of making it more and more reliable as the seasons have rolled by. I think part of that was a larger or common sort of transmission brand going into the hole, and we hope Keithy Rance does really well this afternoon. Great in-car of Boston Morgan-horran. Geez, he touched on 140 kilometres an hour there.
So now the first of our West line, the best lines, Andrew Commons, Anthony Cook to the starters grid. He will be our third Extreme Tour Drive machine away from Orange in New South Wales, starting out of P9 here this afternoon, but 12th outright in the standings. Had a great second lap this morning, Russ, and I'd expect Andrew Commons to, with the withdrawal of Harley Uran, and he's pretty close to Gary Povar and Ryan Print to push hard here this half.
Well, I spoke to them in the break, and they were really happy with their lap, apart from, of course, the embarrassment of taking out the timing rig, as they make short work of those first few corners in the big Geyser truck, two-wheel drive. Nice shot of, is it Trav Robinson there?
Looks like it is.
Got the blue banding of the all drive down the bottom of specialised towing or specialised sweeping down the bottom, and straight away the Mason tool drive trophy truck of Bo Robinson on screen. You'll never ever forget that Dugan's airbox sitting high and handsome, covering the 8 stacker on that 7 litre Chev.
Ryan Print and Brendan Baxter, the next of our cars, the first of our pro lights to do battle again here local, and here's the first car, Russ, first sight for the final time, coming back towards Mount Vetta's start-finish complex, the headquarters, Boston Morgan-horran, as Ryan Print heads off for his finale. Gary Povar, Dennis Duncan. What a terrific Sunday morning they had, but you can tell already the intensity is pretty high there for Morgan-horran and Haddock Russ, and yes, a tremendous, sensational season to date. Regardless of his results, he's shown his serious potentials, the 38.
You got any thoughts on the gap between Morgan-horran and Travis at the moment?
At checkpoint 2, it looks like Travis might have dropped another 10 seconds, so which is pretty similar to the same sort of outcome we had
the 38 makes a good getaway there. Sorry to cut you off, Toby. 38 underway. Travis Robinson going well for those live local on screen. We have the 38 buggy, but you say Trav may have lost a little bit of time.
I think around 10 seconds at checkpoint 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I do believe that both cars are evenly matched in this.
Yeah.
In this section, all the way to Perkalilly, and from Buff Snob onwards, where it gets a bit boggier, I think that's where the all drive has a distinct advantage. So I may be wrong. People may dispute that comment, but I honestly believe that in my knowledge of the track, and some great shots of morgan-horran on screen there.
Brett Comiskey, Corey Cooper, currently 13th outright in the standings. Only around 15 seconds off the pace of Andrew Commons and Anthony Cook. Now our second extreme four-wheel drive machine off the line. And they've got a few places to make up, Russ, if they want to achieve their goal. But I'm sure another clean lap here, and Brett Comiskey will be a happy man. And here's Bo Robinson now. So we see one brother head off into the distance in the lights of the two-wheel drive Mason. Lenny Ackroyd rolls to the starters grid, the number 3. Third outright in the Australian ORC last year. It was a tremendous season. Nick Price, the long-time navigator. Russ, I know you saw it happen at St George, and just for them to be here this week, and I believe is a great result for the team, and they're 120 k's off a perfect wrap on a season that what could have been for the side-by-side Australian Championship. But in saying that, Lachlan Bailey and Greg Campbell still have to get the job done here this afternoon. So we wish Ackroyd Racing, I know they've got a lot of supporters watching on there, and we'll be keeping a good eye on the battle here between our side-by-sides. And it's just me, Russell, this is definitely the most dust we've seen over the course of the weekend. Like, you look.
Yeah, if you could see the clouds come in, the flags are nowhere near as active.
No wind like we had yesterday and, of course, this morning. But Jared Percival, this is a bit interesting, Russ. I reckon Jared Percival might have made a little bit of time up here on Bo Robinson, so maybe Percival's having one last push. He wants to finish the season on an outright podium as Mr. Dixon rolls to the grid. Alan Dixon, Christian Boyle and Zach O'Bree in the red hot Pro Light, the 153. 14th away here this afternoon. It's been a tremendous weekend so far for Alan Dixon, currently 15th outright and second in class, and I think that'll be enough to give him the 101 plate for season 2026. Beautifully turned out, naturally aspirated custom fab machine.
There's Daniel Challen right up there. Alongside him is Kylie Dennis in the 626. That's a great effort from Daniel Challen.
Yeah, started out at 26 this morning, so he's another competitor that finds himself up in that sort of 17th spot and currently second in the class behind Glenn Ackroyd. So again, don't want to put the commentator's curse. He was in a good spot there at St George before final lap drama, but Daniel Challen looks like he could be working towards his best finish of the season here.
Daniel Challen underway. Nice shot of a truck there. I couldn't quite make out the logo on the side. Daniel Challen gets underway into turn 1.
Troy Schoen over the back.
Troy Schoen fairly rapid across the back there for those of you watching on at the bar. Our Brenthal, Westlime, Nick Commons, Ryan Galvin on the start line at the moment.
Yeah, so a lot better second lap for those guys. A flat tyre yesterday morning, a 4.79. Currently find themselves still just inside that about 26 outright 15 class. So he needs a big lap here to keep himself in a chance of a class podium for the KDR. But Nick Commons, one of the aggressive competitors out here, without a doubt. Aaron Havey and Josh Jacob working along nicely as the Commons. The Brenthal looking for, it'll only be his second ORC finish of the year after his 7th outright result at Pooncarie to start the season. It's a cool story, Russ. The 1050, Luke Ersedge rolls up to the line.
Yeah, Luke doing a fantastic job. Ersedge name been around off-road motorsport for a long time. Ben Ersedge, great stalwart of off-road racing and inducted into the Hall of Fame yesterday, which was nice to see. along with the late Brian Robinson joining him. That award accepted by Trav and Bo, so that was terrific as well. So Luke Ursig, the 1050 Sports Light on the line.
Currently with a significant lead in the Sports Light leaderboard here, 19th outright. And Travis Conrad we'll see coming up shortly in second. So our first car to checkpoint 3, Boston morgan-horran, 13:35.01. So our first car working his way towards the sort of middle part of the lap. Jordan Bull and Darren Sanders having a great run over the back of the circuit there in the full Jimco champion. Christian Pinner now finished section 2 in 18th spot. Sebastian there in the navigator's seat. I believe a new car could possibly be on order there, Russ. So a bit of an update, Russ. Only 1 second, provisionally of course, 1 second the difference between Boston morgan-horran and Trav Robinson to checkpoint 3. Minute and 1 second, which means only 1 second on the time. So there is nothing in it between those two, is there?
No, not at all.
Which sets up for that fascinating final sort of 30-40k. So the Pinner entry.
The Pinnars out of Carnarvon, Northern Aspects Engineering, are off and running. Christian and Seb Pinnar. They have been doing a fantastic job all weekend in 18th position on the start line. That's a terrific effort from them.
Look at Keithy Rance. He's definitely made inroads on the Bull Jimco over the back, Russ, so that's interesting. The dust is here to stay, I think, for this afternoon as the Bragg Close, Caleb Close, Jimco Hammerhead. Another one, Russ, that started, well, ran that sort of 40-50 pack yesterday, and he finds himself right up there in about 21st position outright heading into this final lap. And I know you said earlier, a few more races under the belt, a bit more reliability, and I think Bragg Close could be a good thing for the next couple of years.
Yeah, like all new cars, as much as the Jimco has got fine pedigree, he's had to take the bugs out of that new package, and looks like he's getting hold of it at long last and making it more and more reliable, getting some finishes and getting some good results, and of course getting a little bit quicker as time goes by.
We've got Bo Robinson through checkpoint 3, so our first 3 competitors are going well. Jared Percival, Troy Sean and Aaron Habe, top 6ers on track. Royce Gill. Oh, looks like we've got a car stopped over the back of the complex there, Russ.
Looks like one of our Westline boys.
Looks like the geyser truck of Andrew Commons. Which is not great news. Looking for a top 10 finish here. Royce Gill. He's off here in 20th position. Had a great run earlier this morning. Benjamin Raid in the silly seat. A few shout outs. Anika Brewer, Deanne Thorne, Jamie Knight watching on, Cameron McClellan, Bring It Home Luke, Clem Critchison watching on, Go the Boss New Zealand watching, Lukey Ayres, Hank Parker, Brad Munns and Johnny O'Connor. So if there's anything you need to know over the next course of the hour, give us a comment. We'll try and keep you updated. But the news is it looks like the first of our Westline, Bestline trophy trucks of Andrew Commons and Anthony Cook has stopped just over sort of behind the main complex here at Mount Vetter Station.
And Ryan Print working away nicely as he go past the Westline truck. And Gus Lacey on screen in the starting arch with Sean Beck alongside him.
He was pretty happy with that last lap, Russ. He said maybe a few suspension areas he could improve, but he's just trying to get through this final lap. And I think he said he's only done sort of 4 or 5 laps over the last 4 years of this terrain. So Fully Tap Racing, one of our locals, Shawnee Beck, I'm sure is enjoying the ride there. Just another update for our race leaders through Alpha 8. Looks like Boston morgan-horran might have pulled a few more seconds. The margin's about 9 seconds now, so that runs up to about 20 seconds of difference. So this will, of course, provisional. But yeah, about 9 seconds between those two at the moment. It's like Gary Povar heading through. Another one of our Can-Ams onto the grid. Some awesome in-car of Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt, Malcolm Yeardley, Brent Jones now. Russ head to the line.
You got Mel Yardley on the start line there. Comiskey about to blow by our complex.
Shout out to Ashley Bagdonis. Go the 3, killing it after the big rollover at St George. 100%. I mean, this could be one of their most special victories if they get the job done here this afternoon. That was a huge moment. Cole Reid had a great first lap this morning. Katie Chandler and Dry Barker down to share the navigating duties. Dusty Racing. Bo Robinson through Alpha 8, so heading towards that 4th checkpoint. 21 minutes a lapse, Russ, so we're down to the nitty-gritty.
We certainly are. 20 minutes a lapse, Toby. And have we got anyone out of sequence just at the moment, even a little bit further down?
Not that I can see. I mean, Shewan's going well. Havey, Jordan Bull, Keith France we saw come through.
Keithy Rance hot on the heels of Jordan Bull, we noticed.
Andrew Commons seems to be, and they're both walking back, Russ, which means unless they're looking for maybe a part, but could be their weekend over, unfortunately. Brian Print, Gary Povar, Brett Comiskey, Glenn Ackroyd and Alan Dixon all moving along, so we wish Cole Reid and Katie Chandler all the best. Likewise, the Burts. Nick and Alex Burt in the 482. A much improved lap here this morning, starting at 24th on the grid, looking to finish their great season so far on a high. Currently down around 32nd outright, 7th in class. So have to have a few things go their way to get on that podium tonight at the Boulder Club for Extreme Tour Drive, and that's not a good look for the Westline boys. Both Andrew and Cookie coming across with their helmets by their side, Russ. Greg Campbell, the 657. He's going to make it a start out of P25 here. Ryland Burt. Let's have a bit of a look here at Greg Campbell. Know how consistent he is, of course. Sam Commons and young Logan Gill not running because of the multi-club section. Greg Campbell currently 27th outright and 8th in the side-by-side pro class for the outright standings. Boston morgan-horran's past checkpoint 4. Been around the sport for a long, long time, Russ, Greg Campbell.
That he has, and on Friday at the street parade he did mention I did overhear him saying that there were some quick side-by-side pedallers here, hence his position in the class. Travis Conrad, Alistair Conrad in the 1006 Sports Light 10 class car on the start line at the moment.
Yes, the second of our class competitors behind Lukey Ersetch. I'm sure he's looking just to consolidate that position. That is...
He'd be happy to be second in class at the moment.
I'd say so, yeah. He's had
in the 10 car.
Pretty consistent year. He's done a bit of state racing, a couple of the other national level events, and Travis and Alistair Conrad. I'm sure there'll be a lot of fans watching on from back in Gippsland, Victoria. Look at Nick Commons working his way through here. Looks like he's the Daniel Challen Can-Am X3, and then not too far away is the Brenthal.
That Brenthal is all over.
He'll see his brother's truck there, Russ, and he'll be a bit disappointed with that, but
he's all over the back of the Daniel Challen entry by the looks. Expect to pass pretty soon, dust permitting.
And here is the big moment in the off-road career of Lachlan Bailey. Leads a side-by-side Australian Championship From Pinaroo over on the border of South Australia, the 622 Bailey Motorsports Can-Am Maverick R. Jordan Zolo, good friend, in the passenger seat. In my calculations, just needs to finish this lap cleanly and he will take home that 601 plate for 2026, which would be a great achievement. First time here to Kalgoorlie. One of the great young guys of our sport, so we wish young Lachlan Bailey all the best. Russ, another update. The Alpha 10 just before checkpoint 5. We only had 3 seconds between Boston, Morgan-horran and Travis Robinson, so the margin switched again. So it is literally going to go down to the last checkpoint, the last sector is the way it's feeling at the moment as Dean Carter, Brad Jacob now roll up to the start line, starting here out of 28th spot.
Luke Ursig, the 1050 car, whistles by the bar area. Dean Carter on screen, the 18 car of Dean Carter on screen.
Shout out to Brett Taylor, Felicity Carter, Peter Tries watching on. Shame those guys aren't here this weekend, but
Looks like Mark Kramer hasn't entered the chute, so
I think this is the Simon Butler, Jeff Butler entry. They
Jeremy Leah might get a nice dust-free run there. Looks like he would have had Mark Kramer in front of him. Simon Butler, the Bruce Rock Engineering entry, 6188 on the start line at the moment.
So another update, Alpha 11, only 4 seconds between Boston, Morgan-horran and Travis Robinson on sector times. Just 4 seconds there, so nothing in it. It looks like Bo Robinson and Jared Purcell moving along nicely.
The Bruce Rock Engineering 6188 of Simon Butler's underway. Christian Pinar, Seb Pinar in the Polaris go past the bar area at a rate of knots. Nice shot of the Bruce Rock Engineering into that corner, or steps a little sideways. Nothing too dramatic, and we'll just follow that car into the trees. Nice effort from Simon Butler. Andrew Bell on the start line at the moment. The 627 Andrew Bell and Thomas Howlett on the start line as we speak. The 626 on screen, side by side. Back to the start line. The Can-Am of Andrew Bell, 627, the black and orange Can-Am.
Yeah, that rough start at the beginning of the event, Russ, but he's steadied the ship after a pretty solid opening lap this morning. Bell and Howlett. So yeah, definitely. I think you mentioned that Mark Kramer was not going to head back out for that penultimate final lap here this weekend. Jade Janskowski, they were 31st crickets there for Section 2 this morning. So congratulate them on a great season here in the WA scene.
And of course that gives a little bit of breathing space for Jeremy Leah. Andrew Bell just disappearing from sight.
Looks like Lane Batson's missed his starting position. He's trying to sneak in there in the Effective Racing number 8 car.
He'll slot in behind Ben McNamara, the Jamalka car by the looks. Geez, that McNamara entry looks pretty as a pin, doesn't it? Even the Jamalka logo is pretty cool on the side of that.
Yeah, love what they do. Ben McNamara, Wayne Pascoe. First car to checkpoint 5, Boston Morgan-horran. So our first vehicle on track. He's still doing his thing as they get close to that sort of halfway mark of the circuit, heading towards the fuel stop for the bikes. Jeremy Leah Liability Racing has a nice little bit of a dust buffer here with the no-show of Mark Kramer, starting out of 32nd position.
So let's see what Jeremy Lear can do with this extra little gap. Thanks to Mark Kramer's scratching. Looks like... So we've got the Burt entry on screen. Burt 482. Gus Lacey moving nicely through the bush on his way back to the start area. Jeremy Lear's off and running. Nick Burt's on screen.
Great shots there, Nick Burt. So Russ, there's nothing in it. Checkpoint 5. Trav Robinson just 5 seconds off the pace of Boston morgan-horran. So that lead stays around overall lead about 16 seconds. Gus Lacey heads over the back. Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe head to the line in the 69, the Honey Badger. A nice opening lap this morning, and they could push for that sort of top 25 result with a nice lap here.
Some of that dust starting to hang a little bit, Toby, as the breeze really struggles to turn from its easterly aspect to the west. 69 Jamalka Offroad, McNamara entry up and running into turn 1. Wayne Batson, the 8-plated effective transport racing. Pro buggy moves to the starting arch. The Jamalka Offroad, beautifully presented Honey Badger, leaves the scene on screen.
Now Yeardley looks like he's setting some nice pace over the back, and he's going to be knocking on Gus Lacey's door very soon, Russ. He's making some nice inroads early. Always a beautifully turned out car, this effective racing, isn't it?
Absolutely. Beautifully
Always,
presented. No doubt about that.
Put on a clinic there in the preparation. Only a few races under the belt, but I expect a few good results over the next couple of years for Wayne Batson.
Yeah, Wayne Batson, Matty Beck combo aboard the effective racing 8-plated car into turn 1 very cautiously. Nice bit of work mid-corner there, Toby. I did watch a little bit of in-car of that car, and I do believe, without, offending anyone or dishing on anyone, it just needs to be gear better. Like always, some people, I think they get carried away with engine RPM and noise, and sometimes you just got to shift up to get that road speed up. Looks like the Burt entry moving along nicely through the bush in view of the crowd here at the bar and at the spectator precinct.
Blake Mansell and Casey Cullen now out of 35th position on the grid in the 664, looking to complete their weekend as the Burt duo over the back.
The bonnet rises, so does the revs. The Double Down Motorsport Can-Am 664 off and running.
These two are neck and neck, Russ. I mean, Alpha 12, which is just prior to checkpoint 6, there's still only 5 seconds in the time between Boston morgan-horran and Trav Robinson. So it's going to come down to seconds, race fans. Don't go anywhere. Jack Livingston, the 6138, Miguel Alardi there in the navigator's seat, competed all rounds of the ORC this year from Quelwa in New South Wales. Pipeline Racing, Gus Lacey. Nice overhead shots there from our Circle H helicopters. Of course, front row screens producing the goods. So, Bo Robinson and Jared Percival, Troy Shewan, Aaron Havey, Jordan Bull, Keith Rant. So, looks like the only one really we've missed so far is the Andrew Commons guide, which is a pretty good strike rate. Jack Livingston gets underway. Brad and Bob Smith now to the grid, Russ.
The Carnarvonites, Brad and Bobby Smith. Nice, really well presented Can-Am of the Smiths. And the Carnarvon locals will be cheering on back home. Good little battle amongst the side-by-sides here. Some of these Eastern States side-by-sides in the way of Bailey,
Yep.
Ackroyd, and in the past Brinkman, of course Campbell,
This is Glennie Brinkman, James Mogford.
have all lifted the bar and spurred the local West Australian contingent onto higher levels.
It's pretty strong here in WA, isn't it?
And it's extremely strong in WA, and Campbell, Greg Campbell did mention that. He did say, you know, there's a lot of quick locals here who can jam their way in the points battle and be a little bit of a spoiler for what he's trying to achieve this weekend.
Another update, Racing the checkpoint 6, only 1 second. Just 1 second between Robinson and Morgan-horran.
Couple of quick shout-outs. Stephen Cox, Upper Dino, Reese Marnie is watching on, or Maney as it would be, Helen Richardson, Michael Fittler, all tuning in. It's not too late to send in a message and support your particular team.
Ivan Smocker.
The 58 single-seater of Ivan Schmocker, the Got Jesus entry. The bellowing V8 of 58 is underway. He dives on the brakes and he's into turn one. Great shot from front row screens. As we switch to the other camera and we'll watch front row screens trail that car into the bush, and Ivan Schmocker starts his lap for the afternoon.
Matty Deck, Murray Kiefer out of 39th position. Boston Morgan-horran's hit the fuel stop, Russ, so well and truly heading towards sort of the back end of his final laps. A great in-car of our WA fire protection. Mason two-wheel drive trucker, Robinson and Shane Hutt, but all eyes on the start line as Matty Deck and Murray Kiefer get their final lap underway.
The 610 John Deck sponsored entry lifts the throttle and is off the line, that late model Can-Am. The Terra Drilling, Terra Racing 432 in the starting arch as we watch Matty Deck, Murray Kiefer disappear past the tyre bundles, those white tyre bundles, and into that thicker scrub they go, and their lap begins with earnest. The 432 Armourcraft trophy truck of Brad Krepp, the overgrown Nissan Navara, the green trophy truck of Brad Krepp in the starting arch at the moment. Kyle Reid in car on screen. A little bit disappointed personally, I was, Toby, with Brad's efforts. Missed the prologue with a loose wire. And of course that set him up for a pretty average weekend. I spoke to him in the break and a little disappointed with what's going on at the moment, but the lack of prologue really set him up for a
Tough weekend.
tough weekend. He throws it into turn one. Nice shot of Kyle Reid's in-car there.
So another update, Russ. It looks like Travis Robinson's starting to make a move. He's about 4.4 seconds quicker to the fuel stop than Boston Morgan-horran. So maybe that charge, you never know. He could. He's working towards getting that obviously number one plate, but a race win here, as you said, would really top off a great season. So that means it's around what, about 6.5, 7 seconds now between the pair provisionally at the fuel stop part of this final lap.
Aaron Roth, Bradley Venturini on that wide shot of the starting arch, and the Rapid Rubber Racing 625 is underway.
They're having a pretty good weekend, Russ.
Yeah, they're
Aaron
having
Roth.
a pretty, probably not the most exciting and flamboyant drive of the weekend, but they're just getting the job done. Doing really well. There is Rothy.
And here's another interesting competitor, Stephen Ketteridge Hall.
Well,
Russ,
did we see some flamboyance from Stephen Ketteridge Hall? Did the commentator absolutely butcher his effort of negotiating the last corner?
the heartbreak? The
He
curse of
certainly
Cohen.
cursed him.
So he's starting down in 40, sort of second position on the grid here to Savo.
He was probably staring down the barrel of the top 10 start this afternoon, like a good solid top 10
I think he
too.
was about 5th or 6th, to be honest. So.
And wow, the minute I uttered praise, within a microsecond the car was upside down.
He lost about 10 minutes or so there.
So good luck to the 169, Stephen Ketteridge Hall, Pro Light. He's by himself this weekend, couldn't find a suitable navigator that he was happy with, so he's decided to run it solo.
I've never known Stephen Ketteridge Hall to run it solo, have you? Or he's done
No, that's the first thing, yeah.
Yep.
Nice shot of Stephen Ketteridge Hall going past the last tyre bundle there on screen, and into the scrub he goes at a fair rate of knots.
Jono Hansen had a nice previous lap with Cole Smith.
Yeah, again, one of those later model Can-Ams with the revised suspension and the bigger brakes, bigger power. Just a better package generally than the older model. ARB Canning Vale spin effect sheds supporting the 613 of Jono Hansen.
So our first 4 cars all through the fuel stop. Boston, Morgan-Horran, Robinson and Jared Percival.
Luis Lopez on the line there.
Yes, 688, effective racing.
So how do you think it's stacking up for that top 4, Toby? Have you gleaned anything from the amount of checkpoints they've gone through? Has there been ebbs and flows in the timing, or is it just status quo?
I mean, Boston, Morgan-Horran, they've just thrown punch after punch. They're coming 5 seconds up to Boston, and it was down to 2 seconds, back up to 9, and it got back down to 1 second at checkpoint 6, and the fuel stop was actually Travis. It's 5 seconds quicker than Boston, Morgan-Horran on this lap. So try and bring you as much as we can. Troy Sean and Aaron Habe through checkpoint 6.
Luis Lopez, 688 on the start line, the effective off-road racing team member, 688. McNamara's in the Jamelka Honey Badger, just ripping the pin down apart. What a beautiful looking sight that is to see that Honey Badger, the Ursec produced Honey Badger, just tearing it up. Luis Lopez, blue lights are flashing, he disappears into the bush, so action aplenty. Great work from our cameraman, great work from our producer. Awesome production here from Front Row Screens. Great live feed, great ability to showcase what KDR is all about. It's all action as far as you can see, north, south, east and west. It's a great spectacle. KDR 25 this year. The 674, who we got there in the 674?
The Troy Moller, Nick Hughes entry.
And where do they hail from, Toby? They're not a familiar name for me
I think
personally.
that's our first start, Russ. Troy Moller.
So I put you under pressure there.
Yes, first race in the Kalgoorlie Locals.
As Chris Howard, Justin Harper move forwards in the 649.
You tried to catch me off guard there.
Oh, we're trying to do that, mate, as we... The Moller cars pulled up short.
You've done it again. Moller's
They were doing
stopped
fantastically
on the first
well,
corner.
and they stopped on the corner there. Let's see how the 649 Chris Howard, Justin Harper entry addresses this. They had a big moment there. It looks like Muller's got going again, so that's great news for the Muller fans out there. Your man Muller, Troy Muller, Nick Hughes in the 674 are off again.
What about the moment that Chris Howard and Justin Harper had on the end of that lap 2 this morning? They went over into the shrubs over
That
one of
was
the penultimate corners of the lap.
That was a highlight reel moment, that one. Low light reel for Chris, but highlight reel for the video package. So very gingerly into turn 1. Doesn't want a repeat of the last turn, or the second last turn earlier on this morning.
Do you want an update on our race leaders?
I would love an update on our race
So
leaders.
at checkpoint 8, which is literally about probably a minute and a half ago, Boston Morgan-Horran went through it 2 seconds past 3 local time, and Travis went past 50 seconds past 3. So there's only 48 seconds between the pair, which means at that checkpoint, they'll literally even on outright time. So
So it would have been a dead heat almost.
it'll come down to the split second. So that means that Travis Robinson, to me, is making an early but late finish flurry to get home here first place. So
that's looking good for Trav, because the all-wheel drive should come into its own from Buff's Knob onwards. I don't think they've made it there according to the checkpoint.
this looks like
Triggering.
the 628 of Chris and Jessica Delapalena. I didn't see the CJ Green.
CJ Green is
No.
not presented. Bit of a disappointment there for CJ, because he was looking really good
He's having
for a
great run.
podium.
Definitely in class, yeah.
You know,
It
he
was
would have
fourth.
had to get a little bit of luck, fall his way, but he probably deserves it the way he's battled away in that 1042 single-seater sports light. And Chris Delapalena, Jessica Delapalena, the 628 on the start line. Lake Perkalilly there for Bo Robinson in the two-wheel drive. And look at that for some speed. He's checking up on the throttle a little bit, is Bo. He's only really just entered the lake exit there, so Delapalena's off and running. Great shot of the Robinson car there, and the
there
effective
we
transport.
We
8
missed
car,
that, Russ.
we have missed that. That is down the bottom there. We can't see it from our vantage point.
Oh, Wayne Batson.
So they've gone in hot, and unfortunately for the 8 car, it's over. Just over near the highway, so not a bad place to have a mishap.
Rob Knight now.
The Queenslanders, 6:55, Rob Knight, Matthew Leonard. At the starting arch. The Easy Times Brewing Company off and running out of Queensland.
Be a cool story. It'd be one of the. There's only a few competitors that have finished every kilometre of the 2025 ORC.
Ivan Schmocker moving along nicely. Sorry to cut you off there, Toby, but
Right.
he is heading towards that incident of the 8 car. Jackie Hodson, John Hodson, the NZ side-by-side on screen. Always a pretty car, always well presented. Great for their sponsor, NZ, the 667 side-by-side pro, Jackie Hodson, John Hodson. Little bit of dust on the horizon. Great shot, in-car shot there, Boston morgan-horran's bonnet. Rising up as he gasses it up, 150-odd kilometres an hour.
47 seconds, Russ, between them at checkpoint 9, which is 13, which means at checkpoint 9, Travis Robinson will be 1 second ahead of Boston morgan-horran
Well,
overall time.
that battle's really hotting up.
This
The NZ car's away. Looks like Matty Deck's moving along nicely and about to pass the broken Westline truck. Nicky Davis on the start line.
Nicky Davis.
Jackie Hodson in the distance there on screen. Past the last few tyre bundles and off she goes. She'll be...
Where do we look, Russ?
I don't know where we look. We look north and we look to the east, proper east, and to the northeast there, and it's all action and nice shot on screen of Kyle Reid dialing up the numbers. Certainly a lot of RPM and a fair road speed there. The Magic Man, Mickey Davis.
How good's Mickey Davis?
If anyone was going to weave some magic in that Pro Light buggy, it's Mickey D.
How good's he been this morning? Had a great first lap. Didn't have his best belter yesterday.
And Mickey Davis.
Brad Krepp coming through.
The Armourcraft of Brad Krepp cruising along nicely. Mick Davis, once voted Offroad Racing Australia's most handsome man. Moving quite nicely. Matt Dunstan alongside him. Mick Davis disappearing towards the scrub.
Gary Coote now, the first of our Super 1650s.
I love this car.
Looks
Beam
like
car.
Josh Chapman's going to give it a third crack here at the back of the field.
Yes, the 2 car right up the back there, the Rickland Superior.
There is
entry.
absolutely nothing in this. I'm actually can't
You're
believe how close this finish is going to be.
You're focusing on the corrected times, and I'm just enjoying the action there, Toby. So
you can do both. You can be good at both, Russell.
Well, some people can't chew gum and walk at the same time as 296. The Cherry Coupe entry gets underway.
You've been impressed with him and Tanya this weekend, haven't you? Gary Coupe and
Absolutely.
Tanya representing Alice Springs here this weekend, looking for their third Super 1650 class win of the season.
Peter Appleby on the start line. The Coupes in the beam car.
Punching above their
Just
weight,
going-
can we say, yeah?
Having a stellar afternoon at the office as they disappear into the bush, and great bit of action there from the Mason two-wheel drive truck, WA Fire Protection sponsored truck of Bo Robinson, Shane Hart, road crossing there just after Buff Snob by the looks. They're into that sandy territory. The two-wheel drive will have the absolute throttle wrung out of it to get through all that boggy sand as it makes its way back from the road crossing. Peter Appleby's underway in the PDA Motorsport 108 Pro Light, formerly the Wayne Batson owned, ex-Wayne Batson owned 108, ex-Jared Purcell 108. Great little car. Peter Appleby just coming to terms with the engineering on that car and how it behaves. So a nice hit out for Peter Appleby this afternoon. Taylor Apostle's in the pink car on the start line. Peter Appleby disappears on screen, ladies and gentlemen. And over to Taylor on the start line. Look at that beautiful broad shot of cars in the chute. Plenty of cars in the chute, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of action. And some real good cars in the chute. Like, we would affectionately call this the back markers, but at any given race on any given Sunday, this is quite a stellar lineup in the chute.
Hasn't Taylor Apostles had a big year, Russ? We mentioned on,
Great year
I think it
from
was Friday, she was one of those competitors to unfortunately make their way to Gundawindi and get washed out over there. But she's travelled the country, literally, in season 2025, and she's finishing off on home soil. Christian in the navigator seat.
Doing a great job. The Apostles pairing.
Bo Robinson and Jared Percival through checkpoint 9. And as I said, only 12 seconds between
that pairing. Who do we have on the line? We got the 606, Tom Stevens, Alison Stevens. What a lovely couple they were. We had a chance to talk to them in the break. Fantastic, well-travelled side-by-side from Canoundra Tyre Services.
Yes, you finally got it. Took you 3 years, Russ Cullen. But
What about Coonawarra?
Toby Stevens, I'm sure, is watching on from back home. Sort of Western New South Wales. CDS Racing, Can X3. A bit disappointed. I don't think they wanted to get home tomorrow morning, Russ, but it sounds like their flight's been cancelled. So.
Sounds like an airline has thrown a spanner in the works there for the Stevens couple.
By memory, this is probably one of the best weekends that Ash Sootholtz has had for a while here at Kalgoorlie.
He's just toiled away. As Ash Sootholtz and Blaze Band. Blaze Band, formerly of the junior program. Great shot there. WA Fire Protection on screen. Look at the framework of that Mason truck.
Working well.
Top end car carriers. What a beautiful logo.
Excited, Russ?
Mate, excited because we're getting into some of the real characters of off-road racing WA.
Paul Tuck Lee's coming up, Ben Nixon, the DeWitts, Rossi Newman.
We've got Munga, we've got Jonesy.
Triple 8.
Got Max Bradley.
Jonesy brought it home on the last lap too. What happened to his Aaron Cassidy had dramas? I didn't finish that last lap.
Unfortunately for Aaron, I think he's torn the front end up on the beautiful blue GU. Ash Sootholtz moving along quite nicely. The Nixon side-by-side moves up to the starting arch.
Hasn't been his best weekend, Russ.
Nice bit of camera work as Ash Sootholtz disappears into the tree line there, Toby. What have you got going on at the front of the field as we take a peek at the interior of the Nixon racing?
Ben Nixon. thumbs up. He's pretty pumped. He just wants to get home in one piece. Boston, morgan-horran and Trav Robertson still on their way to checkpoint 10. And literally, Russ, as we head towards, that's just over 55 minutes since we've seen our first car, which means we're under 10 minutes on the previous lap time before we'll declare our, well, provisional champions here at the KDR. I know you're going to head down and get a few words with our top three.
Ben Nixon, Wayne Schmidt underway. The 6168. The Fitzgerald entry moves forward. Andrew Fitzgerald, Shannon Fitzgerald. Great shot of the Nixons. Getting about their work early on. Into the tree line they go. And out of sight they will be in just one moment.
They had a big moment yesterday, Russ, too, of at about the 55k mark. Damaged a couple of tyres, got them changed after a bit of good Samaritan work from one of the fellow competitors that had a moment there likewise. Fitzgerald racing beautifully, turned out element prodigy from Port Augusta. Starting out of 58th spot here on the grid. So hasn't been the cleanest weekends for Fitzgerald. The main thing is they're in the hunt for a spike, you could say, here at the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. Oof. Sounds a treat. Poor Tuck Lee. So we're still waiting that first car, but Russ, the good news is all our sort of top 8 or 9 cars up to Andrew Commons have all hit checkpoint 8, which is great to see.
Is that Fitzgerald entry? Andrew Fitzgerald was committed to the throttle. As he left the line, Paul Tuck-Lee, the Mudgee Cranes single-seater of Paul Tuck-Lee. Great shot there from our Cameron, Black Diamond Drilling Services, Kalgoorlie Desert Race. Of course, BFG series sponsor. Method Race Wheels had them on board. Penrite's been on board. KDR.
Poor Tuck-Lee for his final hurrah in the Mudgee Cranes PMR Pro Car.
Paul Tuck-Lee. Spin.
Oh, it's like
Formula 1-esque. Did you curse him then, Toby?
Poor
Tuck-Lee. Dust off your glasses, Paul.
Just need to find drive and he'll be right.
Got to find his way through back onto the track.
It was almost.
Great shots there. They're perfectly captured by front row screens.
Mudgee nearly went into overdrive.
The Mudgee missile. He just about went into overdrive then. Paul Boschott on the...
Do you reckon he would have swore?
Oh, no, he would have mumbled.
So we hope poor Tuck-Lee brings it home.
Paul Boschott, Phil Morkel, the 457 score tagged ARB Midland Bug.
Didn't have a good result on that first lap there, Russ.
No, didn't make it very far at all.
Cloudy as it's been all weekend. Is that an ironic finish to the season, Russ?
Just a pleasant finish to the season.
I reckon we can nearly see some of our first race dust, Russ.
I'm going to throw something at you.
Yes.
How much fuel's in that Westline truck that we see the forlorn figure out there in the scrub?
Oof. Right now?
Yeah.
70? 80?
I'm saying that there has been issues with fuel calculations on that car before.
This early in the trip?
Well, people do forget to do things.
Are you going to ask Cookie?
I'll ask Cookie. I'll ask Andrew. The only reason why we say that we talked a lot about fuel and being in the chute, Fink and fueling up. The 222 DeWitt car off and running. The Queenslanders moving along quite nicely as they cruise past the bar. Rossi Newman. Looks like Ross Newman's going to be hunted down by the Murdoch Pro buggy, the 88. It shouldn't take long for the 88 to get the better of Rossi Newman.
I don't think so. So I can confirm, Russ, we actually missed checkpoint 10 on our tracker, but Boston, morgan-horran is at the final checkpoint of the weekend. So the split time for checkpoint 11 for Travis Robinson could be the most intriguing piece of statistic for the weekend as Ross Newman and Glenn Chaffer get underway. So only have a few cars left off the line, Russ. And there we go. So 35 seconds seems to be the difference, Russ, between Boston Morgan-horran and Travis Robinson, which means as we stand, Travis Robinson might just be doing enough to make it 3 KDR crowns in a row. But we don't want to get too excited because they still have a few kilometres left in the tank. Andrew Murdoch, I think it was definitely Fletcher earlier in that lap. We saw him finishing a bit of a flurry. Obviously had some issues there on that first lap this morning, the 88 Element Prodigy.
And as we speak, the wind has dropped right off.
We see the 2 Circle H helicopters in the distance of this great piece of station here at Mount Vetters. And Russ, that means that our first car will only be moments away. Boston Morgan-horran seems to still be in front, but Travis Robinson has provisionally closed the gap on track. Guy Robinson, Jared Percival, Troy Shewan, Aaron Havey, Jordan Bull, Keith France, they're all still in the hunt. Some great shots there. It looks like the Ryan Print entry on our screens. And here's one of your favourites, Chrissy Dawes.
Yep, Munga on screen. I think he's poised for a podium finish. In behind the 8 of Travis Robinson and the 8 of Brett Comiskey. So we'll see how. We just need Munga to get this thing home, which I'm sure he can do. Seasoned campaigner is Munga.
Then we have the Simon and Drew Jones, our only production four-wheel drive vehicle left. Congratulations to Hank Parker, probably sitting on a tractor, I'd say, up in the Boulogne Shire of St George, listening on. He will be the 701 once again. Jeff Pickering had a bit of an up and down season.
Look at the skills of Chris Dawes as he moves past the tyre bundles and into the trees. Great shot there of the Pemco Diesel Prado on screen, Toby.
Always a picture, isn't it? You did say this car's well looked after, and you've nailed that, mate, because it's a nice piece of machine to be looking just to bring it home here for the final lap, Russ. But we're not only sort of seconds away now from seeing our lead car, Boston Morgan-horran, head towards that Goldfields Highway. And there you go, the gap looks like it's closed again. Sort of 33, 34 seconds back to Trav Robinson, which at the moment will be enough. So Robinson, geez, it's a hard one, isn't it, for Trav? He wants the victory, and I'm sure someone's letting me know where he is on the track. But that number 1 plate at the moment seems a lot more important than the Kalgoorlie Crown this weekend.
But just look at that dust.
I know, serious. And the speed of Boston Morgan-horran. This is another great story. What a fantastic way to finish his season. 3rd at Fink in the June long weekend. His best result. That speed would be something else as Max Bradley and Lyndon House are our penultimate vehicle off the line. It's pretty ironic that our lead car will probably cross the line at an identical time that Josh Chapman leaves us here. So
great effort from the 888 Yellow Patrol, the junior development programs, Max Bradley, Lyndon House, well supported by Zach and Sean, Matt, Riley. They've done a fantastic job of keeping this car going all year.
So here we go, Russ, as Bradley gets underway. Our first car, ladies and gentlemen. He's been close on a number of occasions. Can he do enough? It does look like Travis Robinson has significantly closed the gap, but all eyes on the Kiwi Raider and the 2-wheel drive, Russ. I'll tell you what, he's not going to leave it out there. His final corner for 2025. Boston morgan-horran is home and house. Terrific performance.
But I think Trav might have him on corrected time there,
Oh,
Toby.
look at this for a finish for Trav Robinson. Can't sit down here, Russ Cullen. We've got work to do. It's been a tremendous season. He's got a couple of corners to go. The 8-1-3, a third at Pooncarie, a dominant win at Fink, a dominant victory at the Loveday 400, second behind his brother, and Travis Robinson will be the provisional ORC champion for season 2025 as Chapman gets underway. But Russ, after years and years of adversity, it has finally all come together, and I can confirm provisionally it looks like we'll try and get some outright times that Travis Robinson has done it. He's pulled off a 20-second victory in the 2025 Black Diamond Drilling Kalgoorlie Desert Race. A final time of 1 hour, 4 minutes and 53 seconds. He's done it again. Russ, Travis Robinson has made it 3 in a row, and that is another ORC crown for the OBR team. I know it means a lot to. I know even you get a bit emotional when the success comes for these guys, and it's great to see.
Well, it's a great accolade amongst other things, and look, their trophy cabinet is well stocked at the moment. But geez, it's just great to have that on the mantle. Like, that's something you can take with you forever. The fact that you're an AORC one-plater. I could never manage it. I never had the equipment, never had the budget. I managed to do it in class form, which was flattering enough. So, well done to Trav and the OBR crew. And it is provisional at this stage. But geez, I tell you what, if the scuttlebutt is true and this box is ticked, it might mean Trav looks on the horizon for other things to do off-road racing, and that means stuff of an international flavour. So,
Yep.
That could be pretty cool for off-road racing fans in Australia.
We'll get you down there very shortly to have a few words with our winners. But again, hats off to Boston morgan-horran. A tremendous finish. He was Super Cricket St George. Obviously was leading the race there at Loveday 400. But Trav Robinson has done it again, and a little bit inside me feels a little bit unlucky for Bo Robinson, who hopefully he should be the next vehicle through the 413, but I know the team wanted that 1-2 finish in the ORC. As Bo Robinson in the WA Fire Protection gets his closing stages, he's heading towards the finish. Just shows you the raw speed of these first two cars as Trav Robinson and Paul Curry do it again in the outright for both the KDR and the ORC. Well done, the entire OBR crew, and just one piece of the puzzle remaining, and that is and the thing that sort of goes missing is that it's the third time in a row that Travis Robinson has claimed the victory. Well done to young Boston and Will Haddock. So we're just waiting for the next car through. It should be the Bo Robinson Shane Hutt entry, the 413. And Jared Percival, he's setting some nice time. So it still looks like Percival might do enough to hold that third spot for the event. But Bo Robinson just needs to bring it home for OBR 1-2 in the championship. No, Russ Cullen. He's going to head down and get a couple of words with both Trav and young Boston. And here he is, our third competitor, heading towards the Goldfields Highway. Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt. We know Troy Shewan still hunting, Jared Percival, Aaron Habe, Jordan Bull, Keithy Rance, Ryan Print, Gary Povar, Brett Comiskey, Glenn Aykroyd, Lachlan Bailey's still just gone through the fuel stop, so it's going to be a close finish there in the side-by-side, but at the moment Bailey's going to do enough. So our third car, Bo Robinson, looks like we'll be making history here for the OBR team as Paul Boscott heads over the back of the complex. But what was a pretty rough start for the guys at the Coonkerry Desert Dash, a strong second behind their brother at the Fink. Second outright at the Loveday 400. They won the previous round at the St George 399. And there is going to be one hell of a party in the town of Kalgoorlie tonight, because Travis Robinson has the championship, but Bo Robinson is about to put the final piece in an extraordinary season for OBR, because he will take home the number 2 plate for 2025. And it looks like if Jared Percival is still maintaining a pretty even gap there to Bo Robinson, so it might mean that Bo will have to settle for 4th spot here this weekend, but I'm sure there will be a great celebration after their mechanical issue in the prologue. To head out there and finish in sort of that top 3 or 4 positions is an extraordinary achievement, and arguably maybe the greatest day in the career of both Bo and Travis Robinson for the team. Jared Percival, though, I mean, once again, hats off to you. Any other season, well, probably would have been good enough to take that number 1 crown. It's been a tremendous season for all these Western Australian crews. And he finished second outright at both ORC level and this event in 2024. And Percival locks it down for another event finish in the ORC and at the KDR. I'm sure there's a lot of Percival Motorsports in there. He does enough, so he's around 6 seconds off the pace of Bo Robinson for that lap, but he'll do enough to hold off Bo Robinson. So provisionally, Trav Robinson, Boston Morgan-horran, Jared Percival and Bo Robinson are your official, so far, top 4 finishes here for the cars for the 2025 Black Diamond Drilling Kalgoorlie Desert Race. So our first pro car, second pro car, Troy Shewan, and then looks like Aaron Habe's made a bit of an inroad on the SS Hustler. Jordan Bull, Keithy Rant still moving along nicely. Hopefully we'll get a word with our event podium recipients this weekend. There is the Shewan entry over towards the Gidgee Roaster. Sure there'll be a few high fives and hugs down at the Parc Fermé between the OBR crews, and can't discount the effort of Boston Morgan-horran. A sensational weekend. He come here to finish just tipped there by 20 seconds. Here is the Shewan, Troy and Deb Shewan. Oh, that spectator jump there behind the bar, the Legends bar, and he swings it into that berm. He's caught a few off guard over the course of the weekend, and he'll steady the ship, and it looks like he will be our 5th vehicle to complete full distance. And we'll go down to Russ Cullen to speak to our winners.
So Boston Will, fantastic effort. Provisionally it looks like you've just been pipped by the Robinson all-wheel drive entry. But I tell you what, as a motorsport fan, that's one of the most impressive things I've seen in a long time, to get a two-wheel drive truck around that track and only just be pipped at the post by Travis Robinson. You look a little down at the moment, Boston, but how are you really feeling, buddy?
Yeah, I feel fine, I guess. Good. What? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I feel good. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, you're a little speechless. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, Will, how did he go? It must have been an exciting ride alongside him.
Yeah, we're going all right, and then we just thought we were falling back a little bit in that last section. Tried to push a little bit more, made a couple more mistakes, but yeah, it's good. We're on the podium.
Yeah, well, Boston, from my understanding, it's so close that just a couple of small errors, a little glitch in concentration has probably been the difference today. But geez, just again an amazing effort in what is considered a slightly older truck. V6 two-wheel drive. Still a great effort, mate. You must be proud of yourself.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud. At least I got to finish. I only finished one race this year. That was my main goal, was just to finish, I guess. But yeah.
And look, you're highly rated amongst Australian racing circles. What does 2026 hold for Boston morgan-horran?
Don't know yet. We'll decide after this.
Roger. So, look, the softly spoken, humble Boston morgan-horran, man, what a job he did today. Awesome effort to get that two-wheel drive truck around that course so fast, and only just been edged out of it by Travis. And that is provisional because we're waiting for Park for May to finish and we'll get the official results.
Thanks, Russ. Well done, mate. Great words from Boston morgan-horran. He is a man of few words, though. Bit of a relief to get that second finish of the season. And like Will Haddock said, they have finished on the podium. So hats off to the young Kiwis. I'm looking forward to, I'm sure they'll be competing somewhere in Australia in season 2026. We've also had Troy Shewan come home. A great weekend for him. It looks like provisionally he'll do enough to finish in 5th. And then in 6th spot, we just saw the 968 7-litre element of Aaron Habe and Joshua Jacob with the time 1 hour 10:38 to take home. Looks like 6th outright and 3rd in class, but must add only around 5 seconds between Troy Shewan and Aaron Habe over 360 odd kilometres of racing. So hats off to both of those. Troy Shewan, of course, 2nd in class behind Percival, and Aaron Habe will round up that podium. So yes, a tremendous top 6, and we're still waiting for our to complete our top 10 here. Looks like Jordan Bull should be the next one through. Keithy Rance arguably could be one of his career highlights here at the KDR. Ryan Print through checkpoint 10. Likewise, Gary Povar, Brett Comiskey, Len Ackroyd, Alan Dixon, Daniel Challen, Nick Commons, and we'll go down to Russ Cullen.
Well, with me I have Paul Curry. Paul, you commented that was a pretty wild ride in the 813, bringing it home. How was it?
Oh, it was fast. Obviously, we had a Boston driving very fast all weekend, and so whilst we had the championship in mind, I think sort of halfway around, Trav, we had a bit of a chat around. Think we can possibly nab him in the back end. So turned it up a little bit, and yeah, it was a really clean run. Obviously the tyres going off towards the end of the event, but the track getting rougher and rougher, and really good off-road track, and just to wick it up that little bit at the end, just to manage to nab old Boston at the end. It was good.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's as excited as I've ever seen you after a race or during a race for a long time. What's your plans moving forward? Are you going to be with Trav next year, or is the career of Paul Curry sort of drawing to a closure?
It drew to a closure 8 years ago, Russ, as you know. I got dragged out of for a season. Had an absolute privilege to go with Trav and have a good run. Made the podium every race this season, so it was good.
Yeah, well, for people that don't know Paul, he's been around forever, and made a bit of a comeback of recent. Yeah, it looks. The hands of Father Time have been very kind to you, Paul, and we look forward to seeing you back next year in some sort of navigation tuition role for Travis Robinson.
No, I'll be back with the boys as long as they're going around. I'll be here, bring my boys along, and be part of the off-road community. These races are fantastic. So,
all right, that's Paul Curry, provisionally first as a navigator. Well done, Paul.
Thanks, Russ. Again, we've had a couple more of our competitors. I'm sure the OBR boys will be very happy to see Jordan Bull and Darren Sanders cross the line there in the 4 Jimco champion. And that'll place them, let's refresh our race results screen here, in provisional 7th spot outright. So 4th in class. So well done to Jordan Bull and Darren Sanders. And then Keithy Rance and Luke Candy also come home. It's only around 15 seconds between those guys. So nothing in these sort of between these pro buggy duos. And Keith Rance and Luke Candy looks like they could finish in 8th spot for the weekend. Ryan Print, Gary Povar, Brett Comiskey and Glenn Ackroyd. Ryan Print heading for a top 10 here this weekend. And also a pro light victory. Gary Povar. Brett Comiskey is not too far behind him, and Glenn Ackroyd. So that sort of 9th to 12th spot is going to be very interesting. We see the Jones Prado head over the back of the complex. Max Bradley working towards the turnaround point. So yeah, just to repeat, looks like that the OBR team, Trav Robinson, Paul Curry, and then Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt, and the entire crew will finish the 2025 ORC Championship in 1st and 2nd outright. And fellow Western Australians, Percival Motorsports, Jared Percival, Darren Agrella this weekend. He's had a number of navigators across the season. We'll round out the season in 3rd spot. So see Jimmy Cotton down there waiting for his team to come home. Glennie Ackroyd shouldn't be too far away in the 3. He's might come up a bit short of the Australian side-by-side championship ranks with Lockie Bailey and Greg Campbell still going along nicely, but Ackroyd definitely within striking distance of taking home the side-by-side pro class victory again this weekend. Ryan Print, the locals, Brendan Baxter. I'm sure they'll be pretty pumped with this finish. A few corners negotiate. Gary Povar, Dennis Duncan won't be too far away from him as well. Here is our local, the 161, 10th outright here, 2nd in class in 2024. So 2023, had a few mechanical dramas last year for Ryan Print. So hats off to our local Pro Light Chargers, and it looks like it could be a class win. Ryan Print and Brendan Baxter, Gary Povar, sort of looking well, the 38 coming in there. So, and Brett Comiskey, a nice little finish here for the 834, the Brenthals. Try and get some, put them in the outright calculations. So Gary Povar actually ends up 9th quickest with a great final lap. Brett Comiskey goes, where do the Queenslanders fit into the equation? Ryan Print still there in 10th, 1 hour 15:09 to complete his 2025 season. And Comiskey, so that's a great finish. Brett Comiskey saves arguably his best for last. They go 9th position with a 3 hours 41.46 total time to knock Gary Povar and Ryan Print back to 10th and 11th. That'll be second in class, 9th outright for Comiskey. But what a tremendous finish. Hopefully coming up here for Glenn Ackroyd and Mick Price. I see Jimmy Cotton down there. Hands up for the Newcastle lads. And this is a great story because 6 weeks ago they were heartbroken after their huge incident at the St George 399. They've worked tirelessly to get here this weekend. I know they've had a lot of people helping them. They purchased this GRC built Can-Am Maverick R from a fellow competitor in the Hunter Valley of New South Wales, and it's going to be another class win here at the KDR, and that will be a sweet win for Glenn Ackroyd and Mick Price. I don't think it's going to be enough though to take that 601 plate into season 2026, and here's another strong finish for our Victorian entrant of Alan Dixon, finishing his season on the bank. He'll take home the 101 plate. We'll try and get a couple of times there. Dixon 1 hour 13.32. So there you go. Alan Dixon goes into 11th spot. And I'll tell you what, I can confirm, ladies and gentlemen, that Alan Dixon has actually stole the Prolite victory from Ryan Print. What a last lap for Alan Dixon, a 1:13.32. So he's about a minute 40 quicker than Ryan Print on that last lap of the event. So Alan Dixon has actually held off Ryan Print by around sort of 40 seconds overall. So what a way to finish the season for an Alan Dixon. I'm sure, I know Johnny O'Connell was watching on before. But Alan Dixon and, of course, Kristen Boyle, Zach O'Brien take home the class win and the 101 plate for the 2025 ORC, and that knocks Glenn Ackroyd and Ryan Print down into 12th and 13th. So unfortunately no Harley Ewan, he only did the state component. Andrew Commons, Anthony Cook, Brennan Forsyth. So looks like it'll be the West Line, Best Line, Brenthal, Nick Commons and Ryan Galvin. The next one across the line. Daniel Challen, Luke Ursach, Christian Pinner, Brad Close, Royce Gill, Gus Lacey, all working towards a finish. So a nice finish there for our West Lime crew. Nick Commons, 1 hour 13.48. It'll leave him in sort of in and around that top 15 outright for the event. Flat tyre yesterday, so 14th outright. But what a lap for Russ Cullen. You might have missed it walking back up here to the commentary box as you rejoin me, but Alan Dixon and Christian Boyle, a 1:13.32 to steal the Prolite win over Ryan Print. The last hurrah was a success for Alan Dixon. What a run.
That's a great run for the Red Hot Racing team of Alan Dixon, and no mean feat to take on Ryan Print at his home track and do him. So that's a nice effort there from the Dixon entry.
You can nearly say he stole the win late here at the KDR. Also, Russ, Brett Comiskey had a great final lap. He ended up finishing 9th for the event, 9th outright. Keith Urance in 8th, Gary Povar around at the top 10. Alan Dixon, Glenn Ackroyd, Ryan Print and Nick Commons, your 14 finishers of all full distance.
Sounds like there was a lot of action at the finish line whilst I was downstairs. Looks like Daniel Challen, ladies and gentlemen. The 626 makes good the finish line. More dust on the horizon. Looks like the Luke Erseg 10 car on screen, not far away now. So the 1050 Honey Badger Sports Light of Luke Erseg, not far away, ladies and gentlemen. Great weekend of driving from Luke Erseg, doing it solo in the 1050 single-seater Sports Light. Well done, Luke Erseg. Christian Pinner about to rejoin us, and they're coming in thick and fast now, ladies and gentlemen, over by the bar. We've got another car. It's Brad Close over near the bar in the Jimco Hammerhead. The Polaris of the Pinnars about to trigger the timing. Well done to Zeb and Christian Pinnar. Hot on their heels is Brad Close. Brad Close, local Brad Close, Caleb Close over the finish line. Chris Pinner done very well over the weekend. Another side-by-side blast past the bar. Looks like Royce Gill, Benjamin Wright. He's Royce Gill stepping it out, still driving aggressively. Uses the berm to his advantage. Royce Gill is back in the house. So it looks like we've got Royce Gill in 15th position, Brad Close 16th, Chris Pinner 17th, Luke Ursig 18th, Daniel Challen 19th. So great effort from Gill, Close, Pinner and Ursig. It could well be a class win for the 1050 of Luke Ursig provisionally, so we await some officialdom. So we have another side-by-side over the back of the Mount Vetters precinct, about to go past the bar area through that little jump complex. See if I can pick up the number and give you some intel on that. Those at the bar have a better view of me, so possibly Mel Yardley with that yellow frame. So yeah, the John Deck Plastics entry of Mel Yardley. Brent Jones alongside Mel in the 609. Well done to Mel. Looks like Mel slots neatly in behind Luke Ursig into 19th position. Luke Ursig, of course, being in 18th. This is the Kyle Reid entry, the 6149, I believe. Kyle Reid, Candy Trailer, Katie Chandler on board. And of course, Kyle Reid goes into 19th, moving Mel Yardley into 20th. So well done, Kyle Reid. Mick Burt, Alex Burt on screen, ladies and gentlemen, just about to complete their third lap for KDR 2025. Bit of a cavalier approach to the berm behind the bar there from Gus Lacey. Neat and tidy is Burt, 482 through the timing. Lacey checked up a bit less flamboyant and just bring it home steady with Sean Beck alongside him. So the 475 of Gus Lacey, Raglan Drilling, Snap On, and of course affectionately known as the Fully Tapped Racing.
He's let it all out there this weekend, Russ.
He's had a good time, and that's what we like to see of Gus Lacey. Works very hard behind the scenes. Took a little tiny bit of a back step this year. Joss, his lovely wife, battling away a few issues she's got, and he was there to support her all the way like a good man would, and a good man he is, Gus Lacey. Well done, Gus. Well done, Sean. 475. Greg Campbell charging along quite nicely there on screen. And what a great accolade it was, and some great comments from Greg Campbell at the start of proceedings on Thursday, as it would be. He was very complimentary of the talent locally in the side-by-side ranks. And Greg Campbell's toiled away tirelessly over the weekend and been beaten by a couple of the locals, so a lot of respect shown there by Greg Campbell at the start of the weekend. Knew he had his work cut out for him to beat some of the locals, and that's proven to be a true statement. Travis Conrad, Alistair Conrad, the 1006 following Greg Campbell in. Great footage from our front row screens cameraman, capturing all the action as the Conrad team brings the 1006 Sports Light back into the start-finish line area.
Great result there for Travis and Alistair Conrad, finishing second there in the Sports Light class, as you said, Russ, behind Lukey Ersedge. That sits them around sort of 24th outright for the event so far, and a nice final lap. Greg Campbell goes in the 21st, sixth in class. Now, has Lachlan Bailey got it? This is. I'm actually trying to do a bit of late research here, Russ. Lachlan Bailey, it says he's still moving. However, yeah, he started behind Travis Conrad, so he's obviously taken the conservative approach, which should be enough. We don't want to jump the gun. It's, of course, for the side-by-side Motorsport Australia Championship, which basically come down to Lachlan Bailey, Greg Campbell and Glenn Ackroyd. 900 points for the winner, which will make Glenn Ackroyd. But you just call away there, Russ, and give me 30 seconds.
There is a side-by-side coming in hard and fast, but it's quite lightly coloured on the side. And I wouldn't mind betting trailing that side-by-side is the Carter entry. So this could be a little bit interesting. Is that... No, it's got a little bit of... I get a hint of red there, so it might be the Ronco Lachlan Bailey, Jordan Zorlo, Royden Bailey entry. 622. You keep doing the maths. Get your slide rule out, and I'll eagerly await what you've got to say there. As I think it is the Bailey entry, the 622 coming in hard and fast.
I'm going to smash some figures for the next 2 minutes.
Dean Carter is getting a move on, and probably not quite far away to provide a spectacular finish.
Lachlan Bailey.
Yeah, that is Lachlan Bailey. So
he seems full championship mode here, unless he's got issues. But the 622,
the 18 of Dean Carter is going to follow him in. Lachlan Bailey on screen, about to negotiate the last berm. Beautifully done. Presents the car to the timing loop. Triggers the timing, and Dean Carter does same in the 18 car.
So that puts Lachlan Bailey 8th in class. So that was about
He might slip back a little bit. Andrew Bell.
8th in class.
Andrew Bell is within sight of Lachlan Bailey, so I don't know where Belly started. I'll tell you what, this could be a good time from Andy Bell because he's hot on the heels of Dean Carter, and he did have the Bruce Rock entry of Simon Butler between him and Carter. So this is a good time, I'd say, for Belly. Andrew Bell, Thomas Howlett, the 627, started in around about 30th position.
So Ackroyd with a high provisional total of 2512 for the season. Second in the prologue. And as we stand at the moment, like 8th this weekend. Great.
Bit of a pause. We're doing a few sums in the booth. Side-by-side battle may well have come right down to the wire for the class championship, AOIC side-by-side class championship. Keenly contested by the likes of Ackroyd and Campbell and Bailey. As to be expected, a bit of a lull in proceedings. Some of the slower cars, some of the back markers, things spread out a little bit. So a little bit of dust on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen. One of the Circle H helicopters tracking the car out to our east. The silver chopper doing a little bit of a flyby. The black chopper on the horizon chasing down the dust. Obviously there's a little turn there as the chopper sort of checks up and slides sideways to stay with the car. And yeah, I was going to call it reasonably decent power to weight ratio in a straight line, and that is the Jamalka entry. Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe. Pretty sure that is the Jamalca entry, the Ursig Honey Badger engineered car with its thumping big V8 on there, running away from the chopper into the turn at the highway. So great shot on screen as the helicopter peels away from the Jamalca entry. Nice, well-balanced jump from the McNamara team into the little series of turns past the bar area, and he'll come into view of the spectators out the front now. So the 69 Pro Buggy, Ben McNamara, Wayne Pascoe, going about their business nicely this afternoon. The Jamalca entry.
Looking for a top 30 finish, Russ. Reckon they'll get it?
Yeah, works his way through that treacherous last corner nicely and gets the job done there, Toby. So it'd be interesting to see how he triggers the timing. We await your input from the side-by-side class battle. That's enthralling, absolutely riveting class battle there in the side-by-side ranks. So we await your mathematics.
I'm pretty confident. It's not official, but I think we can declare provisionally that he finished 8th here this weekend in the side-by-side class, but I think Lachlan Bailey and Jordan Zola are going to just do enough to hold on to that 601 plate for next year. That's my... pretty confident with that decision, but it's only sort of... There's not much in it. Could be less than 100 points. I reckon he might just hold off Glenn Ackroyd, but not official. Still waiting for the final word. We'll bring that to you. But I think that Bailey, Ackroyd and Campbell might be your top 3 in the side-by-side Australian Championship, but we're just waiting for the official word, Russ, and we'll leave that to the...
What a great trifecta of names that is.
What a finish, though, once again. Both championships have come down to the final, and I've got a feeling that maybe... just maybe the WA Cruise, what Greg Campbell was worried about with them getting in between sort of Ackroyd, you know what I mean, like spacing them out.
Oh yeah, definitely that's what he was alluding to, that the WA teams are so quick they'll get jammed in amongst the ORC component and cause problems for points.
And it feels like it's nearly come back to maybe bite Lachlan Bailey. Maybe he just thought, no, he's got to cruise, and we've seen the likes of Christian Pinner, of course, Cole Reid, Malcolm Yeardley say, hey, we're here to compete for the ORC silverware this weekend, and it's nearly caught, unless there's been an issue with that Can-Am Maverick car. But I think that young Lachlan Bailey will just do enough to take home that number 1 plate. We'll wait for confirmation. So we have 29 have completed all 3 laps of the KDR this year, and Russ, another special weekend. Travis Robinson's time, though, 1 hour 4:53, is something else. But what a terrific performance from young Boston morgan-horran. And I mean, I think there's definitely some victories coming his way in the Australian off-road ranks.
Yeah, on screen we got some great highlights there from front row screens. McNamara buggy on screen at the moment. Yeah, what a finish to the season. I mean, Boston has had a little bit of mechanical bad luck this year, but geez, he must have really drove the wheels off that two-wheel drive to get it through that last section, and only by a whisker. A whisker, mate.
And it sounded like Will, his navigator, who's done the full season with him, Russ, has said that they might have made a few little mistakes, pushing it a little bit harder, which is part of the...
What was the differential in time in the end?
20 seconds.
So that's only a couple of little slides here. Go like a bigger slide than you'd want, and then you've got to check up and then get back on it. You only need 2 or 3 of those, and all of a sudden get the momentum back up. There's 20 seconds gone, just like that.
Jared Percival finished another... There's 11 minutes between second and third for this event. a big gap time, but Jared Percival, he was playing the championship battle, and it looks like Russ, well, could probably pretty confidently say, first time in ORC history that WA has rounded out the ORC podium.
Probably not the last time either, mate.
No. Pretty confident there, Russ. No, they have dominated the season. Jared Percival had a deep look at the analysis of the ORC since sort of the last 10 or 15 years. Any other year outside of this year, except maybe back in the sort of mid to late 2000s when Shannon Wrench was going on that tear, that Jared Percival would have usually been enough. I mean, he's had I think he's had 5 results in the top sort of 6 or 7. Couple of podiums. I'm sure though he'd be happy to take home that number 3 plate once again. Back-to-back ORC podiums for Jared Percival.
Well, he's done a fantastic job of harvesting points throughout the year. And as you said, if it was a traditional AORC year, apart from the Wrenchy heydays, Jared would be probably a top of the heap at the moment.
And hats off to Troy Shewan. What a great result. 5th outright. Behind Bo.
And Keithy Rance, Aaron Havey, where did they figure in the scheme of things?
So Havey finishing 6th.
Nice.
Only 5 seconds between Shewan and Havey for 5th and 6th. And then Jordan Bull and Keithy Rance, 7th and 8th. Comiskey and Gary Povar, your top 10.
And sorry, Jordan Bull, where was he? 7th or 8th?
He finished 7th, yep.
That's a nice finish for Jordan.
Great result. Russ, we've got a comment from Pete Tierney. How famous is Jordan Bull's Navigator?
Jordan Bull's Navigator is a global superstar. He originally started off his career in synchronised swimming, and as he matured, he used his athletic prowess to become a world-renowned luger.
As we saw,
the only man that can luge in his sleep, apparently.
We had to have a bit of a debrief over that discussion last night, watching the footy. Great to see Jack Livingston and Miguel Alardi across the line, the 6-1-3-8, 29th outright. And 9th in the side-by-side pro class. And that looks like the Blake Mansell entry, Russ, going through in P30 for the event, 10th in class. A couple of our local competitors. The great highlights package brought to you by Front Row Screens and acts of our side-by-sides coming through. The Brad Smith, Canem, Ivan Smocker, Matty Deck, and Brad Krepp. Stephen Kettridge Hall should be thereabouts. I can hear the little sweet singing, naturally aspirated Prolight car.
Look at Stephen Kettridge Hall.
It'll be interesting to see his final lap time, Russ.
Hot on the heels of Schmocker.
Ivan Smocker.
What can he do on the last corner? Stephen Kettridge Hall. I'm going to call him in. I'm not going to curse him this time round, Toby Cooper. Schmocker runs the berm wide. Gives plenty
Stephen
of
Kettridge
very
Hall.
polite, runs wide. Oh, Kettridge Hall's through there very neatly this time round. We didn't get a shot of the CV boots and the undercarriage on the Pro Light that time around.
Was it neatly, or was it just like Stephen Kettridge Hall neatly after his morning's effort?
Very neat compared to this morning's 10-minute sojourn.
Fiasco. Great to see Stephen Kettridge Hall cross the line. There you go, Russ. So he goes an hour 18, so jumps up into 3rd in Pro Light class and 21st outright. Matty Deck across the line.
Matty Deck, Murray Kiefer on board.
Coming in,
Brad Krepp.
Yep.
Brad Krepp will be pleased to see the end of this fiasco, as you would the word you would use.
We saw Blake Mansell and Casey Cullen there, currently down in the 12th in class. Brad Smith, they'll be happy with that, moving up in the 10th. 6-1-2-9, and Matty Deck in 30th spot.
The Terra Drilling 432 of Brad Kreb had a wretched weekend, very poor prologue due to a loose wire. Couldn't make his prologue time, got a seed. Seed wasn't so good, and that unfortunately for Toad and the Terra Drilling crew.
Where do you reckon he finished, Russ?
Oh, he's down the order, mate. You know, like
he made a good last-ditch effort there. He's jumped up into 33rd outright and 6th in class for the event. So well done to Brad Kreb and Kira Della Bosca.
Well done, Brad. Round of applause for the Terra Drilling supported 432 Armourcraft trophy truck with Brad Kreb.
Ivan Smogger finishes his 2025 season in the Got Jesus Southern Elements. He goes 10th in class and 33rd outright in the 58. So successful weekend for Ivan.
Yeah, Ivan's been here a few years now, so
he loves it over here. Yep.
Great to see Ivan Schmocker make the trip west. And Ivan Schmocker, is he based in South Australia or Victoria? Or have I got both?
He's in Adelaide, yep.
Yeah, okay, so still a bit of racing in South Australia, not much happening in Victoria next season, for what I'm told. No. So we might see a few Victorians venture across the border to New South Wales, Queensland, and South Australia to do a bit of racing.
The next couple through, it's a good news story. Jono Hansen and then Luis Lopez is heading for finally a finish here at Kalgoorlie, Russ, which is exciting. Some other news, looks like Simon Butler's had dramas, and also it doesn't look like Jeremy Leah. He hasn't made the fuel stop yet, so obviously an issue there for the 1020. Chris Howard and Chris Della Polina have just hit the final checkpoint. Rob Knight, Jackie Hodgson, Mickey Davis, Peter Appleby, Tom Stevens, Ash Sutholtz, Andrew Fitzgerald, Paul Boscott, or in and around that checkpoint 10. Max Bradley, Russ, still hasn't hit that checkpoint 6, so hopefully things going all right for him. Likewise, Chris Dawes and Simon Jones. So it looks like Max is our... it looks like he might have made the pass on Simon Jones. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
Simon Jones looks like he's our final vehicle on the track. Josh Chapman's gone around a couple, so we've got to see Josh Chapman make a finish. I tell you who we didn't... Did we see Ross Newman go back out for that last lap?
We did. Jono Hansen, Kyle Schmidt about to finish.
Can't see Ross Newman in our tracking. No, I lie. There he is. So he's on his way to checkpoint 8. As Jono Hansen comes in, Russ, just a couple to note here at DNFs. Obviously, we saw Andrew Cummins, Wayne Batson have issues, but Taylor Apostles and Troy Moller are down as a couple local side-by-side competitors. Nice finish there for Trident Motorsport. Jono Hansen across the line.
Luis Lopez about to come into view. There he is. Nice shot on screen. We can't say enough about how good the collaboration between Circle H Helicopters and the front row screens broadcast has been this weekend. The 688 Effective Racing, Luis Lopez.
And how good was the Penrite Oils once again street party down at the Kalgoorlie Boulder Club? Rides that berm a bit high there, doesn't he, Russ? Luis Lopez in probably one of our first effective racing crews home this weekend. It's a bit unfortunate for Wayne Batson and Matty Beck. Would have been good to see them get a strong finish.
Yeah, well, they've just got to continue to develop that combination, which they're doing, and they'll get better and better. They need more seat time. That's really only the second hit out in that pro buggy. So nice shot of Greg Campbell, GRC Motorsport, in the highlights package on screen. Yeah, they just got to keep working on that package, and they'll get quicker, and they'll start to finish races, and they'll start to rattle the top order of some of the state racing, the WAORC stuff. Only, like I said, only a very new package. More dust on the horizon, which is nice.
Luis Lopez goes 13th in class and 36th outright there in the 668. Drops in there just below Blake Mansell and above Andrew Bell. I reckon the next couple through, Russ, will be the Chris Delapolina, Chris Howard, Jackie Hodgson and Rob Knight entries. So a few more of our Can-Am competitors to finish their weekend in the West.
So Marilyn Emmons is tuning in. Vanessa Mann is tuning in. She'll be pleased to know that the 613 is home. Jono and Kyle. Toby Stevens, 607. Stevens entry being followed by Toby Stevens and TFD. Terence Flynn-Dow, very complimentary of Royce Gill and Logan Gill. So shout out from Terence Flynn-Dow to Royce and Logan Gill. Well done, boys.
Kelly Sue, where's the magic man?
He's still weaving his magic.
Still coming, yep. Pete Tierney, Jordan Bull, second start and 7th overall. Toby Stevens, any update on 607? 607, Taylor Apostles, looks like she's down for a DNF, unfortunately. And as you said, Terence Flynn-Dow, great work, Royce Gill. Logan Will in his debut. Well done. Looks like the Delapolina entry. Had dramas yesterday, Russ.
They've made a good repair to that. It's come home
couple
strong.
Of good laps. It's 1 hour 21:29.
Chris Howard, Justin Harper, a little bit more tidier this time round, Toby.
Yes.
Didn't go for a bush excursion.
Keen for a cold one, I'd say.
Jackie Hodson, the NZ car, just going past the bar, coming into view now. Great shot of the NZ side by side leaping off that last jump. Into the last few corners is Jackie. Brilliant drive from Jackie Hodson. Clean lines from Jackie Hodson. Runs the berm high and wide, and there you go, mate. There's the curse. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Russ Cullen, you've almost done it again, mate. So it's been a good weekend for Jackie Hodson, I think. She's performed well. She comes home 14th in class, 37th outright, 1 hour time, 1 hour 20:36. So she's actually about 5 minutes quicker on that lap than any of the previous 2 laps. So that's finishing with a romp there. So well done to Jackie and John Hobson, Chris Howard and Justin Harper. Across the line, 15th in class, 38th outright. We also saw so that is officially 39 cars that have completed all laps. So no Simon Butler, no Jeremy Leah, who might be moving again. Rob Knight, Peter Appleby, and Mickey Davis heading towards the finish. Tom Stevens, Ash Shootout. Looks like Andrew Fitzgerald's got past a few. Paul Boscott heading towards the finish. Horner and Peter DeWitt, Ross Newman heading towards checkpoint 9. Andy Murdoch, likewise. Chris Dawes, Simon Jones, Max Bradley, and Josh Chapman. Your final few cars on track.
So it looks like, I shouldn't laugh, looks like Rob Knight, Matthew Leonard over the berm there behind the bar. Wasn't on the live feed, but I caught it out the corner of my eye. The Easy Brewing Company side by side.
I'd like to get an update here, but we've got no, unless I'm completely losing it up here, Russ, there's no Paul Tuck Lee on our tracker. So hopefully the great man from Mudgee is still circulating. Where did he started behind Andrew Fitzgerald, Ben Nixon. So great work, Rob Knight. I haven't completely done the figures there, but he's one of maybe half a dozen, 8 competitors that have completed every kilometre of the ORC. So in that off-road rush, Can-Am. So that's off to Rob Knight and Matty Leonard.
Well, he's almost 500 or 600 metres short when he punched through that berm over the back of the Legends bar.
So he jumps into 37th outright, 14th in class. So a reasonably strong finish there for the Gold Coasters, and they'll make their long Coupe Westerns here in the Mount Veta station. So hats off to all our Off-Road Rush supporters. So where is poor Tuck Lee? He honestly is not on our tracker. So hopefully he's still circulating. Have a bit of a might check out Rally Safe here, us, and get a bit of an update on Paul Tuck Lee. Nicky Davis and Peter Appleby. Looks like Jeremy Lee is going again, Russ, which is good news for the 10-20 supporters. Where is Paul Tuck Lee? No, he's still on his way, Russ. He's at the 94k mark. Paul Tuck Lee. I reckon.
Multiple plumes of dust there, Toby, in the distance, which is good news for some of our back markers. Means they're still moving along quite nicely. Anyone out of sequence towards the back there?
No. Chris Dawes, Simon Jones and Max Bradley heading towards checkpoint 8. So I reckon our final car on the track, Russ, is your thing of beauty. The Nissan of Max Bradley. And they are around the 70k mark. They've just passed Yarry Road. Just a reminder, we'll take it to event officials, but there is a Spriggy Visa card that's been handed in. There is a name on it, but if you'd like to come up and collect it, I will take it to event officials, probably hand it to Jeremy Beck. So that is a Visa card that's been lost. If anyone's losing a Spriggy Visa card, come up to the commentary tower or head down to Jeremy Beck and you'll get it off one of the officials. Peter Appleby alongside Jared Sewell in the 108. They'll be pretty happy with this result, Russ. Pretty new to the buggy scene, Peter Appleby.
Got the Nixons behind him by the looks.
Ooh, Ben Nixon.
Ben Nixon having a go. Driving beautifully. He's well balanced, smooth. Ben Nixon not messing about, ladies and gentlemen. Ben Nixon enters the last corner.
I think he's lost the first aid kit, maybe. Something off the back of the car's come out of the cab. But that's by far his cleanest looking lap there, Ben Nixon, the Fitzgerald's home. So after about 5 or 6 minutes of no action, Ben Nixon comes across the line as the Fitzgeralds. And flies everywhere up here, Russ. It's Fly Town. We're in the commentary hut.
Fitzgerald's a nice plume of dust as they accelerate out of the last turn, or second last turn. Bit of a mid-corner entry there. No curse on him.
You've done well.
The Magic Man, Mickey Davis.
So
for those watching live, one of the last few corners for Mickey Davis of the day and the event. Great to see Mickey, the Magic Man Davis, back in town.
It's Pete Appleby, 4th in class and 42nd outright. Where did Fitzgerald? They go 11th in class, 41st outright. And who else do we see coming there, Russ? Oh, the Nixon entry. Mickey Davis. He goes 4th in class, 41st outright, so knocks Pete Appleby down into 5th. Trying to find the Nixon entry on our times.
Great replay of Paul Tuckley going for a spin.
So great to see. It definitely looks like Jeremy Lee are moving again to checkpoint number 9. Looks like this one through should be the Aaron Roth entry. Tom Stevens, Alison Stevens, and you had a good chat to the Stevens family, Russ. Toby watching on back from Canowindra, and nice people of the sport on the X3. Paul Boscott, Corner DeWitt, Rossi Newman, Andy Murdoch, sorry, I think it's Fletcher Murdoch, Chris Dawes, Simon Jones, Max Bradley, and Josh Chapman. As the tunes beat loud, Russ, for the final stanza, you could say, for the 2025 Black Diamond Drilling Kalgoorlie Desert Race. I know there's been many highlights, a few hard luck stories, you could say. Maybe not as many as years gone past here in the West, Russ. But what's your sort of your final memory, lasting memory of your weekend in here this year?
Oh, I just think great drive from both Travis and Boston. What a show they put on.
Yeah,
the massive gap between them and third, and I'm sure third place was trying their heart out as well. But yeah, I mean, great engineering advantage in that Mason truck, and terrific driving from Travis, and of course they put the band back together because Paul Curry has rejoined the OBR crew and OBR team. It'd be interesting to see how long Paul stays out of retirement. Nice to have him back. The cool hand that he is, I think, gets the best out of Trav, so great to see Paul Curry back alongside Trav. More dust on the horizon, which is a good thing. Shan't be too long now, and we'll have another car whistling towards us. Interesting to see who it is out of Tuckley, Boschot, DeWitt. Great highlights on screen to keep you entertained on screen, ladies and gentlemen. Nice shot of the Ryan Print pro light on screen. So some of these guys down the order table, you're still making a lot of dust and setting a fairly decent pace in a straight line. Hard to make out who that is. That thick scrub. It's like a side-by-side of some description there, mate.
Coming through, yep. I think it's the Aaron Roth entry.
He's interesting of Aaron who... Yeah, he's lost a few places,
I was going to say he was on that first page. Aaron Roth and Bradley Venturini. Looking forward to the presentation night, Russ, are we? The final sort of the closure of the 2025 season. The club always put on a great night down there at the Kalgoorlie Boulder Race Club.
Yeah, that'll be a gala event for off-road racing as we crown our champions for KDR 2025. Rothy takes that berm on with ease. Nice bit of pace into one of the last corners for Rothy. Silky smooth skills. Dives on the berm. Uses it nicely.
So many different ways and avenues you can get through that final corner. You wouldn't think it'd be cause so much drama, but it has. And it all started 12 months ago when poor Tuck Lee went whoopsie daisy. Hopefully we won't be too far away from seeing poor Tuck Lee actually. He was at the 96k mark a fair while ago, so he'll be pushing hard for another. I think this might be the Tom and Alison Stevens entry coming in, the 606. Should be on cue, and then Paul Boscott.
Yep, Paul right behind the side-by-side, the CTS Canowindra Fire Service entry of the Stevens. The barrel-chested V8 ARB Midlands bad bug of Paul Boscott reels them in.
Nice little late finish for these two. A bit of a battle.
Action-packed battle here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Silky smooth skills from Tom Stevens. Enters the corner sweetly. Mid-berm, rides the berm mid. Oh, Boscott dives in on that mid-line that's caused a few problems. But the ARB Midland 457 makes good the corner. But clouts a tyre. So there you go. I've done it again. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. They call me Crash Cullen Commentary.
.com.au.
Weaving his magic.
Still coming up. Pete Tierney, Gordon Bull, second start, 7th overall. Kobe Stevens, any upgrade on 607? 607, Taylor Apostles, looks like she's down for a DNF, unfortunately. And as you said, Terence
Weaving his magic.
Still coming up. Pete Tierney, Gordon Bull, second start, 7th overall. So here is Gary Coop. So he's definitely one of, he's not on our tracker as well there, Russ. So this is another great story for Gary and Tanya Coop in the 296 home-built Toyota-powered Super 1650.
They have snuck up on us that bean car.
And you can finish them off here, Russ.
Beautiful entry into the last turn. Bucks a little bit the beam. The beam protesting at those larger bumps that the ARM cars are made, and the 296 Jerry Coop is home and hosed and done. Well done to Jerry Coop, Tanya into the last turn. Bucks a little bit the beam. The beam protesting at those larger bumps that the ARM cars are made, and
a bit of a back commentary there, Russ.
Jerry Coop is home and hosed and done. Well done to Jerry Coop.
So we'll get an outright time there for the 296. Obviously, a dominant Super 1650 class win here this weekend in the LRC. And they go into
commentary
there.
Jerry Coop is home and hosed and done. Well done to Jerry Coop.
So we'll get an outright time there for the 296. Obviously, a dominant Super 1650 class win here this weekend in the LRC. And they go into commentary there.
Coop is home and hosed and done. Well done to Jerry Coop.
So we'll get an outright time there for the 296. Obviously, a dominant Super 1650 class win here this weekend in the LRC.
So Toby, whilst you've got the computer in front of you, Chris Dawes, Bax Bradley, Simon Jones. How are they circulating, mate? Even Jeremy Leah, perhaps. Whilst you've got the computer in front of you, Chris Dawes.
So we'll have a bit of an update here.
Bax Bradley, Simon
Our
Jones.
Super 1650
How
of
are they
Jerry Coop was the
circulating?
last car across the line.
Even Jeremy Leah, perhaps. Whilst you've got the computer in front of you, Chris Dawes.
Looks like As Schultholz will be the next one through.
Bax Bradley.
Corner and Peter DeWitt, Triple Two. Rossi Newman and Jeremy Leah have all gone through checkpoint 10.
I'm having a fading moment in my old age. Paul Tuckley.
Looks like As Schultholz will be the next one through. He's still moving, yes. Corner and Peter DeWitt. We'll have to check rally safe because he's one of our competitors. He's not on our tracking. Have all gone through checkpoint 10.
I'm having a fading moment in my old age. Paul Tuckley.
Getting a bit of rebounds in our commentary ears here, Russ. He's still moving, yes.
Nice, we're listening to each other.
We'll have to check rally safe because he's one of our competitors. He's not on our track. So, a minute ago, the 715 of the Jones entry were at the 84k mark. So they still have around, what's that, 30 odd k's remaining. So
Nice, we're listening to each other.
the 888 of Matty Deck is at the 86 kilometre mark. So a minute ago, he's at Lake Wine. The Jones entry were at the 84. Unfortunately, it looks like the Murdoch entry, Russ, of k's remaining. Fletcher and Andy have stopped at the 888 of Matty 87 kilometre mark. So the 850 of Chris Dawes is at the 90 kilometre mark. Unfortunately, it looks like the Murdoch entry, Russ, of k's remaining. Fletcher and Andy have stopped at the 888 of Matty 87 kilometre mark. Lee's about to rejoin the prologue track at 112 kilometre mark. Chris Dawes at Schultholz, 90 kilometre mark. Corner DeWitt, 110. And Josh Chapman's having a nice run. He's closing on his first lap finish of the weekend. Russell Newman's about to rejoin the prologue track at 112 kilometre mark. Chris Dawes at Schultholz, 90 kilometre mark. Corner DeWitt, 110. And Josh Chapman's having a nice run. He's closing on his first lap finish of the weekend. Russell Newman's about to rejoin the prologue track at 112 kilometre mark. Chris Dawes at Schultholz, 90 kilometre mark. Corner DeWitt, 110. And Josh Chapman's having a nice run. He's closing on his first lap finish of the weekend. Russell Newman's about to rejoin the prologue track at 112 kilometre mark. Chris Dawes at Schultholz, 90 kilometre mark. Corner DeWitt, 110. Josh Chapman's having a nice run. He's closing on his first lap finish of the weekend.
So a little more dust on the horizon there, ladies and gentlemen, that are still enjoying the Legends Bar. Highlight reel on screen. Live at the complex. There's dust ahead of us to the east.
Looks like a nice place to be over there, Russ.
So a little more dust
Under
on
the shades.
horizon there, ladies and gentlemen, that are
A few
still
celebratory drinks this
enjoying the
weekend.
Legends
Hats
Bar.
off to all the officials, our
Highlight reel on
volunteers, the
screen.
Western Desert Races
live at the complex.
Club and
There's dust
committee.
ahead of us to the east.
Looks like a nice place to be over there, Russ.
So a little more dust
Under
on
the shades.
horizon there, ladies and gentlemen, that are
A few
still
celebratory drinks this weekend. Hats off to all the officials, our volunteers, the Western Desert Races
live at the complex.
Club and
There's dust
committee.
ahead of us. And speaking of the Legends Bar, thanks to the I understand the Variety Club are running it again this weekend, as they've done for many years. They're doing a great job.
This weekend. Hats off to all the officials, our volunteers, the Western Desert Races Club and committee.
And speaking of the Legends Bar, thanks to the I understand the Variety Club are running it again this weekend, as they've done for many years. They're doing a great job.
Been a pleasure again to have the company of the Baker up here calling the action in the bikes, and
Speaking of
giving
the
us his
thanks to the I understand the variety
in
club,
the car category, Russ.
as they've done for many years.
Very knowledgeable young man, Davey Baker. I think he went out to Lake Perkalilly for a look there on the. Hopefully, gets a bit of footage for us. Is this the Ash Schulholz Polaris coming in? It is what it is, racing. Not bad. Ash Schulholz. 692.
Top end car carriers Polaris of Ash Schulholz should be here with us any minute, or any moment as it would be, as he pops out from behind the bar. Great effort from Ash. Wouldn't matter if I called him in there, Toby. He won't make a mistake. Polished performer, Ash Schulholz, top end car carriers on board the little Polaris. Great effort from Ash. And bang!
Pretty happy with things there.
Triggers
a
the
little bit of a
timing.
fist pump in the cab.
He'd be well happy with that. 3 brutal laps in that little Polaris.
I reckon one day you and I should give it a crack. Thoughts?
Oh, I don't know, mate. You've got to understand how old I am.
49, it's not that old.
Come on, mate. I'd love to be 49. And on cue,
Poor Tuck Lee.
the man with the biggest fan group in Australia, Paul Tuck Lee, Mudgee Cranes.
Is he Mudgee's finest?
He's
He'd have to
Mudgee's
be up there.
finest. It would have to be.
Don't know many people that live in Mudgee, but poor Tuck Lee's at the top of the list. He steadies the ship. He digs into that sort of the bottom part of that berm, Russ, and the 996. He gets a bit loose there going towards the left side of the timing tower. But poor Tuck Lee, give him a massive round of applause on the hill. That's just another finish for this pro buggy legend.
So did we had a bit of banter before about the Westline truck out there. I always get nervous when a car pulls up.
What did you find out?
Well, I haven't found out anything yet, but
I feel like we should.
It's pulled up right where you'd be able to walk home. Has it pulled up because they've looked at the fuel gauge and gone, guess what we forgot to do?
So we'll try and get an outright position for poor Tuck Lee. A bit of a refresh here. Ash Schulholz goes 44th quickest, 20 in class, 1 hour 37 to finish. Still waiting for poor Tuck Lee's time to appear. No time there for poor Tuck Lee yet. So next one through, Russ, should be the Corner DeWitt entry in the 222. I believe it's a home-built edge car. Yeah, here he is on cue. Son and father combination. I believe it's the first year that Corner's been in the driver's seat. I think he's been competing a bit in the side-by-side shootout, is that right? Or as a navigator, the young Corner DeWitt. A nice finish there for the 222 of Corner DeWitt. goes 47th quickest.
Still some more dust. Good to see the cars still filing in. Never a nice thing this late in the weekend to have a DNF. So close to home, so late in the day. Makes recoveries difficult for both the organisers and the competitors alike. So nice to see a continual procession of cars coming in, Toby.
Sounds like engine dramas there for the Andrew Commons entry across the paddock there, Russ. Engine dramas, unfortunately.
Oh, that's good news. Good news by the way that no one actually forgot to fuel the car, but bad news by the way it's probably a costly exercise to repair that.
So this was our last car off the line just as Boston morgan-horran got home. It's the Josh Chapman, Johnny Cavazzi entry, couple of locals in the, I believe Lukey Osage has got a bit to do with this little car, the 282. Had a bit of a bad run. That information come from a real estate agent though, Russ, Anthony Cook. And he just said, yeah, we could not hit that timing loop again. So maybe a bit of finish line.
Maybe
it's just...
maybe there's a piece of timing loop or a transponder jammed in the intake of that, and 7 litre war speed brought it to its knees. Maybe the buckle off one of those tie downs, maybe a BFG flag, or even a witch's hat.
Oh, always putting on a...
They're the showmen of the sport. That's what we like about them.
Poor Tuck Lee has finished his season in 47th outright and 12th in class. Corner DeWitt, 49th outright and 2nd in class behind Gary Coote. So we've had 49 cars now finish full distance. We'll try and get a time for... There we go, Josh Chapman a 1:31.57, 1:36 for Corner DeWitt and Gary Coote 1:34. So Josh Chapman, Johnny Cavazzi, clearly the quickest Super 1650 car out there, Hayabusa powered. So we're down to our last few cars now, Russ. We'll bring them home, and that will be that'll be us for 2025.
Nice plume of dust towards the Gidgee Roaster.
That should be the Jeremy Leah.
Looks nice,
1020,
bright red. The 1020 of Jeremy Leah.
So clearly had an issue out there in the last lap, but
making his way home. Good to see.
And then we have Ross Newman, not too far behind him, around a minute. Back to Chris Dawes, Simon Jones, and our last car on the track is yours truthfully, Max Bradley, the 888, bringing them home.
I tell you what, I reckon Chapman has sort of balked a few of those back markers when he's come by them.
He's passed a few, hasn't he?
He's passed a few, yeah.
That was a good lap. Well, Gary Coote looked quick in the little beam car, and he was about 3-4 minutes quicker than him for that hustle. So here is definitely the quickest car on the track at the moment. Jeremy Leah, well, second quickest behind Rossi Newman, possibly, but we haven't seen him yet come through. Some great shots there of poor Tuck Lee when he saw that first little hurdle he had on that opening corner of lap 3. But Jeremy Lee, I'd be interested to see what his drama was out there, Russ. We'll see Jeremy's cousin race next weekend with Stevie Brown over on the East Coast for the New South Wales Decider over at the Kempsey 300. Heading over there next weekend, Russ, to have a look. Probably a bit of a more quieter weekend for me, but looking forward to heading over there with a few of the Warrior crews and see what we can do.
Was there much of a Warrior contingent entered in the
Got 4
the
cars,
race?
yep, 4 cars heading over. I think there's 60 think 63 or 64 entries for the last round in New South Wales, which is a good field. Obviously, Warriota being cancelled.
So you get there bright and early, so Talia Crisp could enjoy the
I
scrutineering.
don't think Talia's coming, so there'll be no Talia at scrutineering, but they're having the scrutineering at the Kempsey Racecourse this year, so
That'll be a spectacle.
will be.
Scrutineering is one of the highlights of race day or race weekend.
Yeah, it's always a good time.
It's great, and I really enjoyed scrutineering at Warriota. Not that we got to race, but great there listening to the banter between Talia and your good self and how much she enjoyed scrutineering and what she thought of it.
There's always something, isn't there?
So did
Roll with the punches, Russ.
Did the Criddles tune in today? I didn't notice
I'm
that.
sure they're watching on, yep, they would be. Leslie'd still have the iPad at 7 o'clock back home, glued to the... But, yeah, no, it's been a fascinating weekend. Looking forward to the Kempsey 300 next weekend. I'll get home Tuesday sometime and head over with... No idea yet. See what happens. It's only a few hours across the range.
I'm sure Derek Rose would want to go, wouldn't he?
Wheelie's got no car anymore. I think he's fighting a bushfire as we speak. There's a bit of a fire around town, so keeping busy. So we'll wait for our final few cars to come through.
Well, as Toby Cooper is fashioning a new T-shirt, Ross Newman snuck by the bar, and Rossi Newman, look at him easing into his work.
Look at him go. Oh, he's through.
Takes that mid-corner line. Jeez, Rossi, haven't you learned to think tricky?
What a great effort. Is this one of the stories of the weekend?
This is awesome. All the way from Warwick in Queensland.
Warwick Vetmobile. I'm sure there's a few watching on. An hour 42.42 for Ross Newman. And he can have that 6601 plate once again. He's already got that plate from this year. Decided to run the 6681, but I'm pretty confident saying, Russ, this might be it's a bit of a bucket list event for Ross Newman, so I don't know if we'll see him back in Kalgoorlie moving forward, but whatever he decides to do in the future, I'm sure we'll in the Kalgoorlie local in the Navigator's seat.
Yeah, that served him well. Got it home with a wet sail. Hard work in a little...
Geez, that's a long way around in
little
that
side-by-side
Yamaha.
sport like that. Geez, hard work.
Naturally aspirated. I think Tom Stevens actually said he'd done a turbo in his Can-Am, so he would have liked to be in the 6.6 side-by-side sport this weekend. So that means we've only have our 3 tin tops to come. Chris Dawes, Simon Jones and Max Bradley. Max went through checkpoint 10 about 3 minutes ago. So we're nearly there, Russ.
Geez, hasn't Class 8 changed? Or Extreme Four-Wheel Drive?
Chris Dawes and Max Bradley are fighting out for that third spot in the ORC, the event. So
I don't think I don't think anyone within the junior team would begrudge Chris Dawes the
finishing
third step of the podium. I mean, as much as the kids would love to be, and the team would love to be on the podium nationally again, but with Travis Comiskey, man, we've been there so many times in Class 5 and Class 8.
If you gave Matty a 4th spot, Max Bradley a 4th spot at the start of the weekend in that class, I'm sure he would have took it.
Yeah, if you said to him, you're gonna end up 4th behind these guys, he would have said, yep, that'll do me.
Lock it in.
But interestingly enough, look, it's been a big weekend for points. It'd be interesting to see how he rates in the WAIC State Championship, because that was his focus at the start of the weekend for him and Lyndon to try and win the class.
I had a look last night watching the footy. I think he definitely will do enough to hold on to that 801 plate for the WA scene. Can they run the 801 plate with a different coloured number?
They run a yellow number.
Yellow number, yeah.
From my recollection. But, we just love the 888.
Yeah.
The lucky 888. We've had that number for years. We let Scott Bryce use it when we weren't campaigning an 8 for a little while there. For a few years there, we just let that slide. But we've always had that 888 plate registered. So, we'll continue to do that and probably run 888 again in sub form next year.
Any fellow future young junior development competitors on the radar, or it's a bit...
Well, we seem to have been a pretty decent breeding ground. Like, you've got Tyler Mann, Blaze Mann out there. They were with us for a little while, only a very short while, but they learned a trick or two. Lyndon House is coming on in leaps and bounds with his ability to prep a car and make changes and do a bit of fabrication on cars. He's building himself a V8 Hilux at the moment, one of our team cars, so we're going to let him use that for a season, and then we might sell it and build our funds back up. Look, Matty Beck's moved into the pro buggy of Wayne Batson, and I'm sure Matty will get the best out of Wayne and that pro buggy in the very near future. Shawnee Beck does a great job behind the scenes, hasn't had a drive for a little while now, so we probably really don't have a car suitable for Sean at the moment, because I don't think Sean would be offended if I said he's pretty hard on the equipment, and some of our cars are a little bit like ballerinas. You've got to delicately get them through the track or through the terrain and get them to the finish line. So it'd be nice to have something a bit more brutal for Sean to enjoy. But alas, we can't afford a 200 kilometre an hour bulldozer like the smoothie machine. And
it is what it is.
It is what it is, mate.
Fun, though.
We're still having fun.
I'm sure Max Bradley's had as much good time as Travis and Boston and the likes. So, still have quite a few minutes off seeing, I reckon it should be Chris Dawes.
And of course, we've talked about this a little bit recently. It'd be nice to send a car into the eastern states and leave it over there.
I think that could be on the agenda. Find a shed in Warriata somewhere, Russ.
Yeah, shed in Warriata, perhaps a shed in Adelaide. Got a few people in Adelaide that have offered over the years to help us out, so that's the beauty of the off-road racing family, mate. It's a family. When the chips are down, everybody's there to help you, which is good. Did I see dust, or is that a mirage?
Bit of news. It looks like Max Bradley's actually got past between checkpoint 8 and checkpoint 9, made the move on Simon Jones. So Simon Jones looks like he's the final car at the moment on the track. That'd be a great achievement to see him make it home in the production four-wheel drive vehicle. He and Max Bradley are still between checkpoint 10 and 11, and Chris Dawes has hit the final checkpoint marker, so should be only sort of probably 5 or 6 minutes away, Russ.
Yeah, it'd be great to see Munger come home with a wet sail, showcase his skills.
What about Glenn Ackroyd and the boys, Mick Price and Jimmy Cotton?
The real Jimmy Cotton.
Jimmy Cotton. He'll be Jimmy Cotton and around the night, I'd say, at the old race club. Could be a few sore heads at the airport in the morning. It's just another round of the ORC for the boys from the Newcastle. But I think he's, regardless of his misfortune, Russ, at the previous round at St George, I know you were watching on. I was there calling the action, but to finish the season after what they've sort of gone through the last few weeks, like that mental part as well, isn't it? Like it is a mental game as well, like the confidence. Well, you wouldn't have known anything happened with Glenn Ackroyd and Mick Price, the way they performed this weekend.
Yeah, certainly got straight back into the...
Probably the best thing they could have done too.
Yeah, like I think...
Before the off-season.
I think, yeah, spending an off-season contemplating what had just gone on would have been a bad thing for the mind games that go on within a race's head. So, yeah, no, that was, good call. Put a new car together.
And Glenn Ackroyd is definitely, regardless, he mightn't have got that 601 plate. Well done to Lockie Bailey, but Ackroyd, fourth outright at Loveday. Got the win at Pooncarie, so 3 class wins for the season at Dean F. St George. Drummers think that Glenn Ackroyd will take home the side-by-side pro class win this weekend. A couple of locals. Royce Gill, Christian Pinner had another good weekend. Thanks to Front Row Screens for all their work. I think a massive thank you also should go to the likes of Dylan Nolas, Dan Rogers, the Rickland crew for all their work here. Gus Lacey, still pretty involved. Jeremy Beck, what a power work he does. The bike officials, we saw Brody Waters take the win earlier today.
Yeah, you've got to be... It's always a tough one, that, calling individuals, but we thank you all the volunteers, all the CAMS officials, anyone that's put their time into this race. Really appreciate the what goes into it and how much effort you put in. Don't worry, it doesn't go unnoticed. I don't really want to name names, but you've named a few dignitaries there, and that's a great thing, Toby, but I'll always forget someone, so thank you very much.
I'm sure the list would probably get us through to the final cars, but they know who they are.
Yeah, so a bit more dust there. Could this be Chris Dawes making a bit of dust on the horizon?
Well, he's rejoined the prologue track, which means he's not that far away. He was at the 114k mark about a minute ago, the 850 at Chris Dawes, Brett Burns. So, are they from up the Gundawindi area, are they?
Originally, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they, Brent resides in Gundawindi from what I can gather, yep. And Chris in Perth.
Rossi Newman walking over towards the bar area for a well-deserved drink. And also, it looks like the 888, they're pretty close together. Max is at the 111k mark, so about 10k's to go. And Simon Jones at the 106k mark about a minute ago. So they're closing in, Russ. Just another reminder, if anyone's at the bar or anyone knows of anyone that's lost a Spriggy Visa card out on the track, I'm sure someone will notice they've lost that before they head to work tomorrow morning. There he is, Russ, our third last competitive vehicle on the circuit, Chris Dawes. Still looks like he's moving along nicely, Russ, so no dramas so far, and he's closing in on that third spot in class for this weekend. Behind T. Rob Robinson and Brent Smoothie. I actually gave Brent Smoothie the news that he finished in ninth outright, and he was a bit blown away by that, to be honest. Don't think he knew that he'd be that high up, but hats off to him, Russ, and not quite the top 5 result, but I mean a ninth in a field like this is just as good for Brett Comiskey.
So Chris Dawes, as we enjoy some great highlights on screen. Those listening on the PA and local, you'll see Chris Dawes come past the spectator area any moment now. So Brent Burns, Chris Dawes. Here they come.
Here they come. It's great to see our final. A lot of competitors making their way towards the finish. The media crew head towards the finish line. Sorry, Russ, I think I wasn't Brent Smoothie. It was Comiskey that finished second.
That's all right. We knew what you meant.
Been a long day up here, Russ.
It has.
The 850. This will be a provisionally third in class for Extreme 4 Drive this weekend. Be a happy Chris Dawes, I'd imagine there, Russ.
Absolutely. What a great effort.
Few kids on the fence, few beers in the air as they come around that corner there towards the Legends Bar. So that means that we only have young Max and the Jones duo out on the circuit. But here we go. Here's a bit, I don't know, probably he's not watching on, but you will get a bit of a laugh out of this. I had a message about an hour ago off Mike Zacher, who we saw run fourth at the Think Desert Race this year up in Brizzy. Don't confuse yourself, boys. I'm still the best looking rooster in Offroad. Funny face. So he's putting the marker out there. Maybe we should start a bit of a, I don't know.
Spell check weirdest.
No, there's no W in the text.
Oh, okay.
He's got looking there pretty clear, even in capitals.
Oh, Mickey Z, I will contest that. I think Mickey D. Mind you, it is self-appointed accolade from both of those guys.
Both. So a judging panel, or
maybe we need to put the pair of them together as a judging panel.
Boys, Max Bradley's around 116k mark, Russ, which means he's about 5k's from the finish, so he shouldn't be too far away from
I
seeing
think
the
that's
Triple
Max
Eight.
making a bit of dust there, mate.
Max drove the Triple Eight last year too, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he finished, yep.
Yep, he has driven the Triple Eight. This will be his third season in the patrol, the ex-Greg Cook patrol, ex-Paul Kelly patrol. It was in my capable hands for a little while. Not that I ever raced it. As I said, great story behind the motor. The motor was built in 1999 and still going strong, and a great legacy of my late wife Tanya Kamuski, who helped me build it. And look, she got a real kick out of that. We went to the gas stash and I pointed at the yellow patrol and said, "The motor we built in 20 odd years ago, 25 years ago, is in that yellow patrol," and she thought that was pretty cool.
Pretty cool, yeah. Well, I'm sure Max Bradley's very happy to bring it home and carry that legacy moving forward, Russ. I know it's been a tough few months for yourself, mate, but it's great to be here and calling the action, doing what you love. And I'm sure we'll enjoy the night and the evening, and you never know, we might get called back again in 2026 for the 10th year.
Well, look, I could speak on behalf of both of us. I think we really enjoy this weekend. It's
good
a
fun,
great honour to be asked to do this. Hopefully we do the right thing by the prestige of the event, and hopefully we're a great addition to what the event has become. And, you know, the club and the committee, they work so hard. And
It's a huge event.
it's a massive event, and it really is great to be able to sing its praises over the weekend.
Yeah. And that's one thing that over the last few years I've never taken for granted. Like you always, like everything, you take each moment as it comes. And when you get asked back every sort of start, like March, April, Jeremy usually gets on the phone and says you're right to come back. And I mean, earlier in the year it seemed so far away, and then you get through the middle of the season and here it is.
It's almost like being a big kid with a potential Christmas present in the corner.
It is. You get to the
where you sort of
airport.
you wait for the phone call. We're going to get the call up this year. I know when I talk to you throughout the year and we talk Offroad Racing Band. Have you heard from anyone? Nah. You heard from anyone? Nah. It's like, oh God, maybe we've been booted.
Who's going to make the first step?
Maybe we've been booted, and it's a bit like chatting up that pretty girl in the corner. Are you going to go over and tell her that you want to dance?
No, it is always, I think it's my 5th year, 2019 was my first time being able to call the action. Max Bradley, still moving along nicely, Russ.
And we learnt a lot about this car over the weekend. We thought we had a good set of shocks underneath it at the back, and we've done a bit of work on them and improved the car considerably. So in the off-season, I think the young fellas and some of the older guys in the crew will learn a lot about bypass shocks and dialing them in a little better.
So we'll see the 888 back in the WA scene next year.
I think so. It needs a fair bit of work. It's sort of a bit weary in places, but yeah.
That's a great effort from the boys.
Awesome effort from those guys.
And Lyndon House in the navigator seat. Yep.
Yeah, Lyndon will probably be doing his own thing next year by way of a Hilux. So
yep. Under the junior development.
Under the junior development banner. Look, and we'd love to do a couple of races over east. Maybe field 2 cars locally, and maybe do something in the eastern states as well. If we can muster up.
And we didn't really mention it, but we didn't see the Kinger here this weekend. It's a bit worse.
The Kinger, we've had to do we had some, problems with the rear shock absorbers, and they're a funny size and they're a funny brand, and we couldn't buy parts, and we just didn't want to,
do any more damage. Throw it away.
Throw the car away with some, poor handling, substandard shocks in the back of it. But yeah, congratulations to a couple of the rock stars of Class 8 off-road racing, Bunga and Max Bradley.
Max's last time, 1 hour, 57 minutes and 48 seconds. So
got value for money out of his entry.
I was going to say, he's got the value for money.
And Jonesy making a bit of dust, is he?
I think we're just about to see the last car, Russ, Simon and Drew Jones. I think it's a father and son combo there, Russ, in 715. I think we've still got a few off-road enthusiasts watching on from home.
We definitely do. We've got,
which is great,
Donna Hardy, Ross McNabb, very famous name in shock absorber and suspension circles, Kelly Sue Rowett, Jared Percival's having a little look around. Nice to see. Got anyone else there, Toby?
Yeah, having a bit of a look here. Misty Munro, Andrew Kalnook, shout out to the checkpoint and sweep crew, old mate Ross, thanks to the commentary team, Donna Hardy, as you said, Connie Bignell, way to go, Paul. We've got a Paul Tuckley fan watching on.
Yeah.
It's taken 3 days, but we've got it. Neville Bishop, James Leah, well done, Jeremy Leah. Stevie Brown, awesome result, 10-20.
So the Leah fans have piped up.
Anthony Lee is watching on. Anthony finished second at the Class 2 Cup down at Rainbow in August, so that was a great initiative there from the club in Victoria. And here is our final competitor for the 2025, I nearly said 2015 then, 2025 Kalgoorlie Desert Race, brought to you by the Western Desert Races Club and of course Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia. Ooh, a bit gingerly there, Russ.
Yeah, did not like that left-hander. Come on, Jonesy, get it home.
What? We haven't, have we?
Oh dear, we haven't put the curse on him. Surely not.
Oh no, this is hard to watch actually.
Has he lost gears? Has he... Hard to tell what's going on from our vantage point.
What would he be? 100 and probably 200 metres from the finish line? Not even that. 150.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, well, that's a heartbreak for Jonesy. Two very, well, certainly Simon is a mechanic himself, so he'd be... He's not out of the car, so it'd be interesting to know what's transpired there. This will be a story. And the unfortunate thing for Simon is he is the last car on track, so yes. I'm sure if Munga or Max were behind him at this stage, they would...
push him home. They
would tow him home. I think you're allowed to tow him that sort of distance to the finish line without incurring a penalty. I think that's short enough. In fact, I'd probably need to brush up on that rule, but certainly you can live off the land in most cases, in most motorsports. Oh dear. The car's still got a pulse because the headlights are on, so there's electricity going somewhere.
They're both still in the car.
Which is a good sign, which means they plan on continuing. Oh, we have movement. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, in the bar. The Prado is off and running and pretty well up to speed straight away, so we don't know what went on there.
Well done. Great to see. Oh, is it?
It must have run out of fuel because it's done it on both those corners, both those left-handers.
Surely not. He's got 25 metres left in the KDR.
It's got to be out of fuel. He will push it that far, surely. It's coughing, spluttering, protesting.
Come on.
Lurching,
come on, Jonesy.
Lunging.
He's done it.
Not quite. He's
done it. It's got to, you only got to touch the finish line, surely. Oh, what an effort. Just leave it there. Just leave it there. Give the man a beer or something.
Give the man a litre of petrol.
Look at Cookie. Look at the West Lime crew. Sure, they'll have 2 or 3 cold ones tonight. So the 715 is across the line. And that's it. Getting out.
And
surely that's worth a get on the roof or something.
That's a shoey.
Has to be a shoey.
That's a shoey tonight for Jonesy.
Where's Jonesy based at?
Geraldton.
Oh,
one of our fine-fiddled friends out of the coastal town of Geraldton.
Oh, what a way to finish!
The shipwreck coast. You got shipwreck.
What a way to finish!
Look at that, father and son bonding.
If that doesn't wrap up the weekend in style.
And a whole stack of competitors look like they're not keen observers, but they're keen to help push the car back.
Looks a bit buggered, doesn't he?
Yeah, Chris Dawes, he's looking a little rattled. They can't hear us, unfortunately. We don't have a PA in this precinct, so
no, they can't.
It'd be nice to have a bit of banter. The West Lime guys, they'll be poised to party tonight.
Do you reckon Jonesy would be stoked with his fuel predictions, calculations? Is that leaving it to the last? He honestly don't think he'd go any further. That's it. 3 metres from the finish? Past the finish.
It'd have to be fuel the way it stopped on both those left-handers. And was quite happy when he when the car sort of lunged to the left rather than the right.
Righto, Russ. Well, I think that'll do us up here for the weekend. Thanks to everyone involved on putting on a great event here. The 2025 Kalgoorlie Desert Race has come to a close. Mate, always a pleasure. And thanks to the Baker for joining us for the bikes this weekend. Any last words, mate?
Mate, I've had a fantastic weekend. As you alluded to, been a bit of a tough time for me lately, but I've felt really surrounded by love and support at this great race, and great to be part of it. Great to be alongside you, Toby. Got some great mates up here in the Big D, Humphrey B. Bear. You know, most of the officials I know personally and consider them tight friends, and it's just been after what's happened recently, it's been great to be here and a magnificent distraction, and I'm sure Tali's watching on at home and got a big smile on her face.
Yeah, nice words, mate. Well done. So thanks everyone for joining us on the stream and here at Mount Vetter Station. Safe travels everyone heading home over the next few days for those that are travelling. I know I'm not looking forward to the flight back, Russ, but that's life. And we'll see everyone at the presentation tonight. Thank you.